Hello everyone. Welcome to a class of Essential Artificial Intelligence tutorial for learning to generate content and images using artificial intelligence. So if you're planning to learn generating content and images using artificial intelligence, then you are in the right place because in this class we'll cover everything to get you started with essential artificial intelligence. Let's take a look what you learned from this class. Introduction to artificial intelligence, getting started with ChatGPT, generating a prompt, custom instructions to ChatGPT, use cases of ChatGPT, ChatGPT used in SEO, understanding Gemini AI, using Gemini for coding, story writing using Gemini in everyday life, generate image using DALL-E, understanding about Midjourney, working with Stable Diffusion, and after completing this class, you will be able to generate content, generate images, modify existing images, write codes, do SEO. This is a project-based class. So during learning, you will have class project. So what you learn, you will be able to participate in class project and you can do practice while you're learning. You will have supporting resources in this class. So it will be easier for you to learn. During learning, if you face any issue or if you have any question, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there for you to help you. So let's start learning artificial intelligence for generating content and images together. Hello everyone and welcome you all to the first chapter of the essential ChatGPT, Gemini, DALL-E, Midjourney and Stable Diffusion tutorial. So now as we are just getting started, I'll be giving you guys an introduction about artificial intelligence, okay? Like what ChatGPT is, what Gemini, DALL-E, or Midjourney, or Stable Diffusion is. We'll be learning about that. And more of that, we will learn what an artificial intelligence is. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So the topic is Introduction to Artificial Intelligence. Okay. And the first thing we are going to look around over here is what is artificial intelligence. So on top, you guys can see these are the topics that we are going to talk about. So the first one is ChatGPT. And after that, that is Gemini, which is another AI-based software. There we have DALL-E, which is by OpenAI as well, like ChatGPT and DALL-E is under the same parent company, which is Open.ai. Okay, and also we do have Midjourney, then we have the Stable Diffusion, which is by the Stability.ai. So these are few of the companies. Now let's see what is this basic hype about artificial intelligence, how it actually helps you uh, in today's world, or how you can actually get started, what is the use, what it is basically. Okay, so, what is artificial intelligence? So, artificial intelligence is the science of making machines that can think like humans. Okay. So, AI is basically a science which makes machines that can think like humans. Okay. So, just by this simple understanding, this is all about the AI. Okay. So, they're trying to make a machine which actually thinks like a human being. Let's say if you're talking with the machine, then you will think that, okay, I'm talking with a human being because the responses towards your response will be quite natural, like how a human being answers you. Let's say you are talking with your friend and you ask your friend some question and the way he answers you, okay, so that is the same way they're trying to make a machine which can actually think like a human and respond to you like a human as well. Okay, so this is quite amazing. So it can also do things that are considered smart. Okay, so what do you mean by this particular thing? Let's say once you're talking with your friend or you're talking with a human being, let's say them if he is an English professor, okay, and if you ask him some complex question about history, he might not know as well. But why it is called smart? Because any question that you ask over here, they will try to give you a accurate answer. Maybe it won't be 100% accurate, but it will try to maintain a 90 to 100% of accuracy. Okay, so what it does is, let's say you're using AI. So they're collecting all the responses or all the questions that are being asked. And once you're communicating, they actually store all of those and they actually better your experience day by day. Let's say the way how today the artificial intelligence works, maybe after 10 years, your experience using artificial intelligence will increase to a lot next level. Okay, so AI technology can process large amount of data in ways unlike human. So AI is basically artificial intelligence. So this particular technology basically can process a large amount of data or an input in a way unlike humans. Okay, so for humans we do actually process data in a different way. But here, AI basically stores and basically processes a large amount of data in a very mannered way. Okay. So they do store all of your data. They actually understand that how you're trying to speak, what questions are you going to ask, what are the possible responses that they can give you. Okay. They do have solution mostly for all of your problems. Okay, so if you sometimes if they don't know the exact thing, they'll just give you some generalized answer as well. Okay, so like humans. So that is the thing. So the goal for artificial intelligence is to be able to do things such as they want to recognize different kind of patterns, and let's say they also want to make decisions, and also they want to have the judgment like humans. Okay, so let's say if you do want to make any decisions, let's say you do give all your pros and cons, and after that you can ask AI that what should you do. Sometimes we are confused for taking any decision of ourselves. So basically, for asking as a friend, you guys can ask artificial intelligence itself, and by assessing the whole scenario and understanding your whole thing, they will give you a positive or a negative response. The way you actually make artificial intelligence understand that what you're going through. Okay, so this is quite an interesting topic which we are going to learn. Okay, so now let's see about different companies who work with artificial intelligence and what all you can basically do now in today's world with those kind of softwares or with those kind of applications. So the first application what we're gonna learn about is the Chat GPT. Okay, so Chat GPT is an artificial intelligence chatbot that uses natural language processing, okay, which is NLP. So basically, it helps you to create human-like conversational dialogue. So ChatGPT is a software by the Open AI company, which is open.ai. If you search in your search engine, you guys will be able to see that as well. Okay. And basically, this artificial intelligence model works on the natural language processing, okay, which is NLP. So let's say they try to understand and they try to respond you how a human will respond to you as well. Okay, so if you're asking them any question, they will try to interact with you as you are just chatting with any of your friends. So it actually helps you to create human-like conversational dialogue. And what happens? The language model can respond to questions and compose various written content, including articles, social media posts, essays, code, and emails. Okay. So if you ask ChatGPT that, okay, give me 100 words essay on current affairs. Okay, in that case, they can basically provide you with a written content. And let's say if you ask them any question like, where is the river Nile in the world, or what is the longest river in the world? So they can ask you, or they can answer you those questions like a human does. Okay, and also it helps you to create various written content. Let's say, write me a letter regarding this particular thing, or regarding my resignation in the company. So they'll be providing you with some written content as well, and you can actually take help from ChatGPT for writing different kind of articles on. If you do want to post different social medias, you guys can do that. Here I have already told you guys about essays, and also you guys can basically generate codes in ChatGPT as well. Let's say if you do need a Python code. Okay, you guys can just write in your simple language that, can you give me a code for creating a shape in Python? So they'll be giving you that code, but don't think that once I learn ChatGPT, I will be able to code like a advanced or professional as well. Okay, so they'll be providing you with some code. But the thing is, you should have the understanding of how coding works, and where all you do have to put out this code. If you do want to make any changes, how you will be able to do that. Okay, so make sure that you do have a vast understanding about coding. So artificial intelligence doesn't replace you as a coder. Okay, it just helps you to save a lot of time in your coding. So you need to understand that basic difference between helping and replacing. So that's what artificial intelligence is made of, and it is actually helping us a lot in our daily to day works. And also it actually helps you to generate emails as well. Let's say you do want to generate an email for a particular person regarding anything. Okay, you guys can come here and you guys can just tell them to generate you an email. Let it be for a personal issue, or let it be for a professional issue. You guys can actually use ChatGPT for that. So yeah, I hope you guys have got a basic idea about what ChatGPT is. So the next thing what we are going to learn about is the Gemini. So Gemini is also kind of similar like ChatGPT, which also uses the natural language processing option. Okay, so Gemini is a powerful artificial intelligence model from Google. Okay, so it is an artificial intelligence model by Google, which Gemini previously was known as Bird, or Google Bird, which we can say. And also it helps you to understand text, images, and videos and audios. Okay, so it basically understand if you just put any text. Okay, it will try to understand that text. If you give any images, it tries to understand that image. If you put out any video or any kind of audio, it tries to understand, and it tries to decode that particular thing for you. Okay, so this is a software by Google. As for ChatGPT, it is a software by the Open.ai. So as a multimodal model, Gemini is described as capable of completing a complex task in math. Okay, if you do give them some complex task in math, Gemini will be able to solve that. If you just give them any equation on any type of problems in physics and in other areas, it actually tries to understand your question, it decodes that accordingly, and tries to fulfill your need as well. Okay, and also understanding and generating high quality code in various programming language. So as I was telling that you guys can use ChatGPT to generate different kind of codes. So the same thing is done over here in Gemini as well. So it basically generates you high quality code in various programming language. So there is Python, there is Node.js, there is HTML, CSS. So you guys can actually generate code properly. Let's say if you just give a description in simple language to your PC, it tries to understand what you're trying to say, and it generates the outcome accordingly. So that is the usage of Gemini, which we will learn later once we move deeper into our classes. And the next point right over here is DALL-E. So DALL-E is basically a software by OpenAI, and DALL-E is an artificial intelligence model that can generate images. Okay, so DALL-E is such a software that it helps you to generate images when you feed it textual descriptions. So if I just tell you guys an example, and on the right hand side of my screen, if you guys can see that I do have a lot of skyscrapers. So over here, let's say if I do want to generate the same kind of image, what I can do is I can go to DALL-E, and over there I can just type that I want an image which have a lot of skyscrapers with timing in the evening. Okay, so it kind of looks like that, my image. So you guys will get a lot of these images, and from there you guys can choose, or let's say once you have that image, you guys can also give more commands. Let's say I want to select this particular image, but I want to increase the contrast, or I want to increase the size of the building. So you guys can give those commands, and basically what will happen over here is it will just give you the outcome accordingly. So to accomplish this, it basically translate billions of text bits. Okay, so it try to translate a billions of text bits from the internet into an abstraction of stored information, which is then uses as a reference tool of describable things for generating those images. So it actually helps you to generate images by decoding different kind of text bits over here. And for the first time, this DALL-E has was introduced in the year of 2021. So DALL-E has seen continuous updates as it has become increasingly popular. So as I've told you, once you use this artificial intelligence, let's say if you're using it for 10 years, the experience will better. Okay, because it also tries to understand, and it is trying to understand the human psychology, how we actually respond to people, how it actually works, and how it is useful. So maybe in the next generation, we can also basically have more usage of these AI platforms. So DALL-E has been more continuous updates, and it has become increasingly popular. And DALL-E learns a latent space representation of images, allowing it to generate high quality and varied images. Okay, so it actually learns a latent space representation of images, which we need to keep in our mind. So now let's go to the next software, which is the Midjourney. Okay, so Midjourney is kind of similar like DALL-E. It also helps you to generate images. So Midjourney is a generative artificial intelligence program, and also it is a service which created and hosted by the San Francisco-based independent research lab Midjourney Inc. So this Midjourney software is a San Francisco based independent research lab where their company name is Midjourney Inc. Okay, so they do created this particular generative artificial intelligence program, and which actually helps to generate images from natural language descriptions. So the same thing we do have saw in DALL-E. Let's say if I do want an image with flower, so I can just type I need a image of a white flower with a bit of red petals on the side. Okay, so if I just search this one, AI will try to understand what I'm trying to say them, and they will be actually creating a stunning image according to my description. Okay, so it actually helps you to create images as well, same like DALL-E. And this natural language description are actually called prompts. Okay, so in a way, there is some ways of how you will be able to apply those. So these things are known as prompt, which is similar to OpenAI's DALL-E and Stability AI's Stable Diffusion. Okay, so we will talk about Stable Diffusion, and you guys have got an idea as well. Like Stable Diffusion is uh their parent company is Stability AI, and also it helps you to generate images. So it is one of the technologies of the AI boom. Okay, so this is quite an amazing technology of this AI generation. And lastly, we are going to talk about over here is Stable Diffusion. So Stable Diffusion is software by the Stability uh, dot AI. So stable diffusion is basically a generative artificial intelligence, okay? Or you can also call it as the generative AI. And that model basically produces unique photorealistic images from text and image prompts. Okay, let's say if you do want to create some realistic images, or let's say you want to create some image art. In that case, it will just decode your text and it will just give you that image prompt, and from there you guys can just choose one and basically work in detail in that particular image. So originally this Stable Diffusion was launched in the year of 2022, and besides images, you can also use the model to create different kind of videos and also different animations as well. So the main thing in Stable Diffusion is creating images, but beside that also, you guys can create this particular model to create different videos and different kind of animations. So this particular AI model is based on diffusion technology, and it uses latent space, and this significantly reduces processing requirements, and you can run the model on desktop if you do have a desktop, or if you do have a laptop which is basically equipped with a GPU. Okay, so if your particular laptop or if your particular PC doesn't come with a dedicated graphics card, in that case sometimes it might be very hard for you to use Stable Diffusion. Okay, but I'll show you guys some ways of if you do have a PC where it is not of a high config, in that case how you will be able to use the Stable Diffusion. So Stable Diffusion can be fine-tuned to meet your specific needs with as little as 5 images through transfer learning. Okay, so we'll be learning about that and the Stable Diffusion, then DALL-E, then Midjourney. So these three particular websites are actually subscription based, or you need to buy their service. But the same place, ChatGPT and Gemini, those are free. Okay, they do have their pro version as well, but the work you guys can do using the free version is quite amazing as well. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys to have got up and better idea about how this artificial intelligence basically works. So I do have given you guys an introduction to artificial intelligence. I have also given you guys some small knowledge about the softwares what we are going to learn, which is Stable Diffusion. There is Gemini, there is ChatGPT, there is Midjourney, and DALL-E. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about artificial intelligence, and we are getting started with ChatGPT first, and we will continue throughout this particular class. So I hope to see you all. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Essential ChatGPT, Gemini, DALL-E, Midjourney, and Stable Diffusion tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 2, where we'll be getting started with ChatGPT. Okay, so this is the first software, but we are going to learn how to use ChatGPT, what are its uses. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see now, this is the search engine. So you guys can use any. Okay, you guys can use the Opera Mini or you guys can use the Mozilla Firefox. But for me, I'm using the Google Chrome. Okay, so to open ChatGPT, there are different ways. Okay, so you guys can just type in your search bar as the openai.com. Otherwise, you guys can directly search for ChatGPT itself. Okay, so if I just write chat GPT and over here now let's click on enter to search, and here you guys can see that I do have this first page. Okay, so over here now if I just click on chat GPT, you guys can see they will just redirect me to this particular space. Okay, so from here let's say if you don't have any account, in that case, first you need to go to this sign up option. Okay, and from sign up option what you need to do is you need to put out your email address, you need to create up a password. Then if you click on continue, let me show you guys right over here. So let's go with uh 31 at gmail.com. So once I'm done, let's click on continue, and over here you guys will see that they'll ask you for a password as well. Okay, so once you put your password, if you just click on continue, they'll just verify your email address from where you will be putting on that particular code, and after that your account will be activated. Okay, so this is just an email address which I do have just put right over here, a dummy one. So once you can come here and let's go back right over here again, and if I just click on login, you guys will be able to see that I will be able to log in over here quite easily. So I will just continue with Google. So let's come here, let's click on cancel. Okay, for this one, and now I will just come here, and if you do want me to come here, let's say login, let's continue with Google. Let's come right over here. Let's click on continue over here as well. And let's see how it will actually show. So over here, you guys can now see that I am over here in the workspace of the Chat GPT. So here, this is basically the logo of Chat GPT. And if you take a look here, you guys can see that here I can just type my messages around. Like if I do want to talk with it, I can come here and I can talk over here as well. Okay, so here you do have the option of chat GPT. If you do want to create a new chat, I can come here and I can create a new chat. If you do want to explore more GPTs, you guys can come here, and here you guys can actually explore more GPTs right over here. Okay, like this is a math solver, this is an SQL expert. Like if you do want to work on with SQL, it will just help you with that. Okay, this is an image generator, so we will be learning about DALL-E as well. Okay, so this is a data analyst which you guys can use as well. So now on the left hand side corner, if you guys take a look, these are some of my searches, okay, which I have done. So here you guys can see these are all my searches which I have done using Chat GPT. I can come here and I can check those things out. And also, let's say if you don't want to use the free version of ChatGPT. Now, you think that you need an upgraded plan for ChatGPT. So just come down over here, and an option called upgrade plan will be present just underneath. So if you just click on upgrade plan, here you guys can see that here you need to pay like $20 per month, and you will get early access to all the new features. You will get access to the Chat GPT 4. You will also get the DALL-E image generator. Okay, so over here you guys will get access to Chat GPT 3.5. And also you will get limited access to GPT-4o. Okay, and here also you will get limited access to advanced data analysis, different kind of file uploads, web browsing, and also custom GPTs. Okay, you will get limited access over here. So if you think that you are using ChatGPT on a regular basis, then the plus option is quite an bargain for you. Okay, so also if you are using for a business purpose, you guys can go to business, and over here you guys can upgrade this onto a team. Okay, so over here for each team, $25 per person per month. And also if you do want to work with a big size business, in that case you guys can just contact their sales and you guys can get access to that. Okay, so under ChatGPT over here, if here also the same thing, if you want to just turn it into ChatGPT Plus, you need to make sure that you upgrade over here. Over here, you guys will get all the information regarding your account over here. Like, do you want to sign in? If you do want to check the settings, you guys can do that. If you do want to customize ChatGPT, and over here, you will be able to check all your GPTs. Okay, so over here, the same thing. So let's go back right now. And again, let's come back over here. And now, here you guys can see this particular small site. If you do want to upload anything from computer, you guys can come here and upload it from computer. Otherwise, if you do want to connect it to your Google Drive, you guys can just connect it to your Google Drive and upload anything over here. And also over here, if you do want to connect it with your Microsoft OneDrive account, in that case, you will be able to do that. So, as we have already seen in the first chapter of what ChatGPT does, so we need to understand that properly. Okay, so basically, ChatGPT helps you to answer like a human being to you to the questions you ask. Let's say on top over here, you do have a different kind of option. Like if you want them to explain what is a superconductors, or just plan a relaxing day, pick outfit to look good on camera, fun fact about the Roman Empire, anything you ask. Okay, so for me, let's say, tell me about artificial intelligence. Okay, so if I just ask ChatGPT about artificial intelligence, and as I have given the prompt already, so if I just click on enter, you guys will be able to see that here it do give me a description about artificial intelligence. So there it has provided me with the definition of artificial intelligence and what are the key concepts in AI. Okay, so it consists of machine learning, it consists of deep learning, and here you guys can see it consists of natural language processing, which is the NLP. Here you guys can see robotics, expert systems, and also the computer vision. So here you guys can see in what applications that we can use AI in. So it can be used in the healthcare, it can be used in finance, it can be used in automotive, retail, in case of entertainment and manufacturing as well. Okay, and over here you guys can see the ethical and the social considerations. Okay, like the employment might decrease and the privacy might get breached, and also it might be bias and fairness. Okay, and also about accountability. So over here, if you just take a look on the future of AI, here you guys can see the general AI, the explainable AI, the AI governance. Okay, so it will just move into these three uh, general ways or general system. So once you keep on using AI, it will get you more information regarding that. Okay, so this is about this particular option right over here of how you will start actually creating answers. And over here, let's say I do have asked a question, but if you just take a look that it gave me that answer quite efficiently. But over here now, if I search something else, okay, let's say talk to me casually like a friend, like a friend. Okay. So if I just give out this prompt here, you guys can see that sure thing. So AI is pretty fascinating, right? It's all about making machine smart enough to do things we usually associate with human intelligence. So here you guys can see the same thing which was written on top. This one was in a professional manner. But I told ChatGPT that please talk to me casually like a friend. So here you guys can see now the answer or the responses it is generating to me, it's like a human itself. Okay, over here you guys can see it's about making machines smart enough to do things we usually associate with human intelligence. So it is more of a human like feeling once you ask. Okay, and if you just give them some directive prompt, let's say if I tell them generate me 100 words essay about ChatGPT. So they will be taking that into consideration. Like they will understand that you are telling them to generate a essay of 100 words regarding ChatGPT. So according to your prompt, they will basically work. And let's say now I'm searching about artificial intelligence right over here. So in one particular chapter, or let's say in one particular page, I need to make sure that I don't uh, put two or three topics at the same time because I won't get the accurate answer. Let's say over here I am talking about artificial intelligence. Let's say I want to search about different thing. Let's say I want to know more about sports. Okay, so in that case, what I need to do is I need to come here. I need to click on new chat, and I need to make sure that I start a new topic from a new chat itself. Okay, so it will just maintain the accuracy of my conversation with ChatGPT. Okay, so this is about that. And also, let's say if I just come right over here, and if you want me to share this particular file, let's say I want to share it with my friend or with my colleague, the thing which I have generated. So in that case, I will come here, I will just click on to the share chat option, and over here you guys can see that I do have this particular link. Okay, so over here now, if I just click on create link, here you guys can see this particular link is being copied. Okay, and now from here I need to make sure that where I do want to send it. Do I want to send this particular link to LinkedIn? Do I want to give it in Facebook? Do I want to give it in Reddit or in X, formerly known as Twitter? Okay, so I'll show you how you will be able to open this link up, or the one you send, how they'll be able to open. Let's open up a new browser. Let's go here on top, Control V to paste. And over here now, if I just click on enter, you guys will see that I will have this kind of page. Okay, so over here you guys can see the topic over here. Here also you guys will be able to see that what all did I search. And if you come down, here you guys can see the whole conversation between me and ChatGPT is viewable right over here. And the same way, if you just click on get started with ChatGPT, which will take you to a new page where you yourself can get started with ChatGPT. Okay, but if you want to view someone else's work which they do have shared with you, you guys can come here and you guys can use that from here as well. Okay, so now you guys can actually copy this link, or here make this chat discoverable, allows it to be shown in web searches. Okay, so if I just turn on this one, let's copy this one, let's come here now, Control V, let's click on enter. You will get this same thing right over here as well. So let me just close this thing down. I will just close this one up right over here as well. This is how you guys can work with ChatGPT. Okay, so over here under options as well, if you do want to rename in this one, you guys can come here. Let's say this is not, I don't want this one to be the topic of my searches, or I don't want this particular thing to be the topic of my search over here into ChatGPT. So in that case, if I do want to rename it, let's go to rename option, and over here I can just rename it as the description about AI. Okay, so once I am done, let's click on enter. Here you guys can see now the name has been changed. Okay, so from here also you guys will be able to share if you do want to just click onto the sides over here into this three dot, and over here you guys can just share your file. And let's say from your searches, if you do want to delete anything, let's say if I come here and from here I can just delete this one, or if I do want to save it, I can archive it as well. Okay, and from here, if you do want to close the sidebar, you guys can close the sidebar, which will give you more space over here. If you do want to open the sidebar, you guys can open the sidebar right over here as well. Okay, so for now, let's open the sidebar. And yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how you can work with ChatGPT or get started with that. So in next class, we will be learning how you can actually generate prompt over here in ChatGPT. We'll be learning about that. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the essential ChatGPT, Gemini, DALL-E, Midjourney, and Stable Diffusion tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 3, where I'll be generating a prompt in ChatGPT. So we'll learn how to generate a prompt over here in ChatGPT, how to get the accurate result of your searches. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm over here in the workspace of ChatGPT. So from here now, whatever you write over here into this particular search bar is basically known as a prompt. Okay, so let's say right over here, write me an essay. Okay, so if I just give out this prompt, you see what they will ask. Okay, so they're telling me that certainly, could you please specify the topic or subject you would like the essay to be about? Additionally, any specific guidelines or requirements would be helpful. So over here, they already know that I do want to write an essay, but they're asking me about which topic am I wanna write. Okay, so from here, if I come and if I tell ChatGPT, suggest me some topics on superhuman, superhuman comics. Okay, so I will just tell ChatGPT that, okay, you suggest me some topics regarding which I should write an essay about. Okay, so here, once I have put this one, here you guys can see that here they will put that here are some interesting and engaging topics on superhuman top comics that you might consider for your essay. Okay, so the first one is the evolution of superhuman characters in comics, the role of morality and ethics in superhuman comics. So there are 10 different options. Okay, so over here, let's say I do want to know about psychological depth and complexity of superhuman characters. So there are two different ways of how I can give this particular prompt into my search bar. One is if I just come here and if I just copy this thing, Control C, and if I just paste it right over here, I can just get the particular prompt. But the same way, if I come here and now if I write me an essay about number 5. Okay, so if I just give this particular prompt and if I just click on enter, automatically you guys will be able to see that now the topic was psychological depth and complexity of superhuman characters. Okay, so over here directly it understood which one is the number 5, and then it provide me with this particular topic, and over here I do have an essay. Okay, so over here now if you tell ChatGPT that well, can you just give me this same essay in 150 words. Okay, so if you just tell that, okay, you have written an essay, I do like the essay, but I want you to give this particular essay to me in only 150 words. Okay, so this is the prompt I'm giving, and if I just click on enter, you guys will be able to see that now they will just give me the whole thing in 150 words. Okay, if you do want to count what is the word, here you guys will see that it is around 150 word as well. Okay, so here you guys can see this big essay has turned down into a small description about the essay over here in 150 words. Okay, so this is quite amazing. This is how you guys can actually work. And also if you want to change the model, let's say from here, if you want to go to GPT 3.5, okay, so you guys can come here and change it from here as well. And also you guys can check like, do you think that this was a bad response? Okay, you guys can select that if this was a bad response over here. Okay, and you guys can change it as well. Let's say I don't like this whatever it is being generated. Okay, if I do want to uh come here and if I do want to remake this one, or if I want to remake this, what I can do is I can come here and I can just click on regenerate, and here you guys can see it will just regenerate me the same thing over here, and they'll ask that was this response better or worse than the last one. Okay, so if you come here, if you so you can come here and you can just select that one, and also you guys can see what model of chat gpt you are using. Okay, so over here if this was again a bad response, you guys can mark this one as a bad response. Here if you want to regenerate the text again according to your prompt, you can regenerate the text again right from here. Okay, and I have already showed you how you will be able to share those. And now let's come here and let's go and let's create a new chat. Okay, so this is ChatGPT is basically used for a lot of things. So let me ask ChatGPT uses of what all cases that I can use ChatGPT. In what all cases ChatGPT ChatGPT is useful for me. Okay, and if I come here, if I just click on enter, you guys will see that over here they will show me different options in what cases ChatGPT is important for me. So here it is important in information retrieval and research. Okay, so over here I do have already showed you that for doing some research, how it is helpful. Okay, and if you want to retrieve any information, you guys can do that. This is also helpful in writing and content creation. Okay, this is useful in learning and education. It is also useful in programming and technical assistance, decision making and planning. Okay, and also for personal development, well-being, entertainment and leisure, communication and social interaction, business and professional use, and this is also used for coding as well. Let me create up a new chat right over here, and if I come here and the first thing, if I write that act as a financial advisor. Okay, so if I come here and if I just search this thing and if I just click on enter, and here now you guys can see now I have to provide all of this information to him. Okay, so now if I just tell my monthly salary is 10K dollar and my expenses throughout the month is around 4K dollar. And now if you tell, so how you will suggest me to save up my rest of the money. Okay, so you're asking this simple question over here, and if you come here, if you just put out a question mark over here, let's say, and if you click on enter, here you guys can see that they will basically provide me with this kind of information. Okay, so my information was that my monthly salary is 10K and my expense throughout the month is around 4K. And how much will you suggest me to save up my rest of the money? Okay, so here you guys can see that now you do have 6,000 left to allocate. And over here now you guys can see that here is a structured plan to help you save and invest your remaining income effectively. So over here, you guys can see save 3 to 6 months worth of expenses. Okay, and this is for the emergency fund, which is around 12 to 24,000, and allocate a portion of your surplus income each month until you reach this goal. For example, saving $1,000 per month would build a 12,000 emergency fund in a year. Okay, and now let's try to understand about the retirement savings. Like what is your goal? You need to maximize contribution to retirement accounts options, 401k, IRA, traditional, or Roth. Okay, so over here you guys can just read these things out, and also if you want to select that you live in this particular country and what is the best way to save your money through that. And also here you guys can see that here you do have the breakdown. For emergency fund you should get $1,000 a month. For retirement saving 15,000 a month, 1,500 a month. And for investment put on 2,500 each month. Short term goals, let's say you do have to buy anything, in that case 500 a month. And also for your personal development and fun, make sure to save 500 a month. And for extra savings, or if you do have any kind of debt which you're repaying, in that case $1,000 a month you need to make sure that you pay. So you guys can just check out all this goal, what is going to be the action and what is going to be the monthly allocation regarding your situation. You guys can just come here and you guys can work with this one out. And here you guys can see, you guys can just work with this particular options. And now if you do want to search more, okay, if you do ask me that what all banks in the US do give the highest interest rate on savings account. Okay, so if you just search this particular thing, here you guys will see that here you do have all of these options. Here you do have the Ali Bank, you do have the American Express National Bank, here you do have the Capital One 360, here you do have the Discover Bank. So you guys can come here and check all of their offers regarding this. So this is how you guys can generate a prompt and basically you guys can talk with ChatGPT. So now if you come here, let's create a new chat over here. And now if I just give them a prompt, let's say I do want it to write me a article. Okay. So for that, I need to make sure that how many words of how many words article do I need, about what topic I do need the article, and how do I want it to sound. Okay. So the first thing is write me an article about the sports event in the first ever Olympics. Okay. So if I come here and if I just give this particular prompt, here you guys can see that I will have this kind of a title. So here you guys can see the inaugural Olympic Games, a glimpse into ancient sporting glory. So this is the article which I have over here. But now let's say if I want to learn more about a particular sport, okay, or if I do want to increase it, let's say I do want it in 5,000 words. Can you can you give me this article in 5,000 words? Okay. And if you just click on enter, here you guys will see that it is generating. Okay. So over here now it will just expand it. So here you guys can see now it have divided this one in chapter. So chapter 1 is origins and historical context. The second chapter is the athletic events, and moreover here you guys can just regenerate. Over here you guys can see it is actually trying to regenerate right over here itself. So now again over here, if you take a look that I do have expanded the article, and here you guys can see the same title, but over here now I do have this in 5,000 words approximately. And over here also sidewise you guys can see that the first chapter contains around 1,000 words, this one around 800, this one around 1,200, this one approx 800 over here as well, approx 700, 400, 600 right over here. And for conclusion, I do have 200 words. So the total word count approximately is 5,000 words right over here. So I can just make sure that this one was a better uh, thing which I do have asked for. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys do have understood this class on how you can basically generate prompt, how you can actually specify things to ChatGPT of what you are looking for, which will help you to get a more accurate answer from ChatGPT, and it is quite efficient at the same time as well. So take care everyone, hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to the tutorial of Essential ChatGPT, Gemini, DALL-E, Midjourney, and Stable Diffusion. So now we are on our chapter number 4, where I'll be showing you guys about custom instructions to ChatGPT. Let's say if you want ChatGPT to work in a instructed way, which you will tell them to, how you will be able to do that, we'll be understanding about this particular thing right over here. How you can work on with ChatGPT, we'll be learning about that as well. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm over here in the web page of ChatGPT. Okay. So now let's say if I come here and if I ask ChatGPT without customizing, if I tell that what is digital marketing? Okay. So if I just ask ChatGPT without any customization, and if I just put up a question mark and if I just click on enter, here you guys can see that they do have provided me with a data like digital marketing encompasses all marketing efforts that use electronic devices or the internet, business leverage, digital channels such as search engines. But over here, if you take up a look, this particular output which ChatGPT has provided me with is basically contains a lot of hard words, and it is not, it does use different kind of abbreviations. Okay, uh, so over here now, if I want ChatGPT to tell me this same thing in a very simple English or in a very simple word, that it's very easy for me to understand that. Okay, so in that particular case, now if I want to customize the output of ChatGPT over here, now I can go here onto this particular option, and from here I can click on customize GPT. And if you're working on ChatGPT on a regular basis, in that case, you guys can just go to chatgpt.com and you guys can just bookmark this one. Okay, so just click on this plus icon and just click on done. Otherwise, if you do want to edit, let's say what do you want to save this named as, okay, so I can just ChatGPT page, let's say. So I'll just name this one ChatGPT page. Let's go over here. Let's type page, and also you guys can select where do you want to save it, like do you want it in the bookmarks bar, or you want to choose any other folder where you want to put it. Okay, so once you are done over here, you guys can just click on done, and now let's go to the customization option. Okay, so now I will just click on customize GPT, which will give me a window quite like this. Okay, so now here, you were asking for custom instructions, okay? And what would you like ChatGPT to know about you to provide better response? So once if I click over here, you guys can just get starters like where you are based. Okay, so like where you're from, like what you do for a work, and what are your hobbies and your interests, what subjects can you talk about for hours, and what are some of the goals you have, like what you want to achieve over here. So here basically you can tell ChatGPT that I am a full-time digital marketer. Okay, so you guys can just come over here and just tell I'm a full-time digital marketer. I want you to provide me information information in simple simple words. Okay, let's go with in simple words. And also you guys can tell what are your hobbies and things like just skip the acknowledgement. Okay, and provide me information in a point basis. Okay, so this is the instruction which you have already give. So you are a full-time digital marketer and I want ChatGPT to provide me information in simple words. Okay, so first thing I'm telling that I am a digital marketer. Okay, and I want you to provide information in simple words. This is the second uh, command. And after that, I am telling that you need to skip the acknowledgement. Let's say I am providing you with this. So I'm telling ChatGPT that you can just skip the acknowledgement over here. And basically, I'm also telling that provide me information in a point basis. Okay. So once I have done this one here, you guys can come here and now you guys can tell that how would you like ChatGPT to respond to you. Respond to me in a casual way, and also give me detailed responses responses and also how you want ChatGPT to be addressed, like how do you want to be addressed. So you guys can tell address me as James. Okay, and also you can tell that should ChatGPT have opinions on topics or it should remain neutral. So I'll tell you should remain neutral on controversial topics. Okay, so this is the response which I have provided, and I have told that enable all this customize option from new chats. Okay, so if I come here and let's say I am just saving this particular response over here. Now in my last one, you guys can see that it actually have different kind of abbreviations. Okay, but now if I come here in a new chat, I will ask the same question over here. So let me ask, what is digital marketing? Okay, so let's go with what is digital marketing. And now if I just search right over here, you guys can see that they're giving me answer with very simple language, and they're giving me detailed answers over here. Okay, so here you guys can see digital marketing refers to the use of digital channels, platforms, and technologies to promote products, services, or brands to targeted audience. Okay, but here before that, over here I searched that digital marketing encompasses all marketing efforts, so it is a bit harder to understand. But over here, according to my searches, you guys can see that it is in very easy language. Okay, and over here you guys can see I do have a breakdown as well, because in my customization option I do have told them that give me this as points. Okay, so over here you guys can see I do have 10 points over here. And also let's say I will come here and let me create up a new chat. Okay, so once I create a new chat, and now tell me that if I search about any controversial topics. So for me, let's search topics which are controversial. Okay, and if I search this one, and here you guys can see that here they do have different kind of topics which are controversial. So the first one is climate change, gun control, abortion, immigration, racial justice, healthcare, LGBTQ rights, income inequality, freedom of speech, drug legalization. Okay, so over here if I come and if I ask ChatGPT, tell me more about number 2. Okay, so number 2 is gun control, and if I click on enter, you guys will see that here ChatGPT will basically provide you with a neutral answer. Okay, so over here you guys will be able to see that it is highly controversial issue, and particularly in the United States. Okay, so over here they do have different kind of points, and here you guys can see overall gun control is a complex and multifaceted issue that touches on fundamental questions about rights, safety, culture, and government, making it one of the contentious topics in contemporary politics. Okay, so over here if you just check in gun culture, the United States has a unique gun culture deeply rooted in its history, with hunting, sport shooting, and self defense playing significant roles in many communities. This cultural aspect basically complicates discussions around gun control policy. So, if you look at its response, how it's responding to me, it is not in one side. Let's say ChatGPT is not telling me that is it right or is it wrong, but it is giving me a neutral answer on the basis of that. Okay, so all this is because I do have come here and I do have chose the customized chat GPT option. But over here, if I come and if I just delete these responses from here again, let's say if I just come here, let me just save this thing up. And over here, now if I try to regenerate, let's say, let's come over here, it will just regenerate for me. And uh, if I tell that, give me a response defending the gun control. Okay, so if I just type this thing down and if I just click enter, here you guys can see it is telling me when it comes to gun controls, it's a complex issue with strong opinions on both sides. Some people argue for stricter regulation, believing they'll help reduce gun violence, ensure public safety. They often advocate for measures like universal background checks and restriction on certain type of firearms. So you will be able to see that over here, they will be defending the gun control system right over here because I do have come here. And if I just click on a new chapter and if I tell that, tell me about gun control in the US. Okay. And if I just search this thing out here, you guys will be able to see that here, they will be able to give me different kind of opinions. So here you guys can see that you have the option like mass shootings. There you do have debates and controversies. So regarding anything you're searching over here, it totally depends up to you that how you are providing the prompt over here. Okay. So yeah, I hope you guys have got up a basic idea of how you will be able to customize your result in chat GPT. Okay. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about chat GPT. So see you all. Take care, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Essential ChatGPT Gemini DALL-E Midjourney and Stable Diffusion tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 5, where I'll be showing you guys the use cases of ChatGPT. Okay, so what are the different cases that you can use ChatGPT? I'll be showing you guys those examples over here as well. Okay, in what all cases we can use, like if you're a coder, how you will be able to write a code or take the use of ChatGPT to help you with your assignment on coding. If you do want to type any kind of recipes and stuff, how you can actually use it in your day-to-day life as well. Okay, so let's get started with this particular class over here. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm over here in the new chat box. And now here you guys can see that I do have this particular page. Okay. So over here now I want to actually give out some prompt over here. So we will be learning about the usefulness of chat GPT. Okay. So the first thing that we can use chat GPT is regarding getting different kind of recipe ideas. Okay, let's say you went for your work and after a long day of work you came back to your home and you see that there are only few ingredients, but you don't know exactly what you can cook with those ingredients. So let's say I'll ask, uh can, or let me tell, I have 3 eggs, cheese, 4 slices of bread and 1 packet of beef sausages in my home. So, can you suggest me some recipes with the use of those ingredients mentioned? Okay, so I am asking ChatGPT that these are the things which I do have right now at my home. Let's say I do have 3 eggs, I do have cheese, I do have 4 slices of bread and a packet of beef sausages in my home. So can you suggest me some recipes with the use of those ingredients mentioned? So if I come here and if I click enter, you guys will see that ChatGPT is actually showing me the ingredients that what all I need, and those are the same ingredients that I do have mentioned over here on top. Okay, and also they do have shown me what are the instructions or how I'm going to cook that thing up. So this is quite an amazing option. Okay, so here they're suggesting me that I can just make a cheesy sausage and egg toast. I can make sausage, egg and cheese grill sandwich. I can make sausage and egg breakfast skillet. So these are few of the options. Okay, so now if you come here and let's say I want to cook something spicy with those ingredients. So, can you suggest me? So, can you suggest me on that? So, if I just search this thing out, here you guys can see they're telling you that you guys can actually make a spicy sausage and egg breakfast. Or let's say, now if I type that I want to create some kind of spicy curry, so can you suggest me some? And if I just give out this prompt here, you guys can see they're asking me that I can basically create a spicy sausage and an egg curry over here. And for that, what all do I need? Okay, so the cheese is optional over here, like for garnish. You can have 4 slices of bread for your servings. Okay, so now if you come down and if you just type, give me at least 5 recipes from which I can choose from. Okay, so if you come here and if you see that they'll be giving me 5 of these recipes from which I will be able to choose from. So the first one is the spicy sausage and the egg curry. The second one is spicy sausage and cheese omelette curry. And the next one is spicy sausage and egg masala. Over here you do have spicy sausage and egg shakshuka, and after that you do have the spicy sausage and egg fried rice. Okay, so over here out of these 5 you guys can choose regarding your test palette and also regarding the item which you have available. So this is quite an interesting option of how you will be able to get recipe ideas. Or let's say if you do want to search for a recipe, let's say do you want to search the authentic way? Let's come here, let's create up a new chat, and over here I type I want or can you give me an authentic recipe for risotto. Okay, so if I come here and if I search here, you guys can see that over here I will basically have a authentic way of preparing risotto. Okay, so it will give me instruction and also the type of ingredients that I need to make this risotto alla Milanese recipe. Okay, so over here now let's see the second usage. Let's come here, let's create up a new text, and the next one is it will help you to make conversational starters. Okay, so to give you guys an example, let's type over here my scenario. So tomorrow I do have a date with a girl. So can you give me some conversational starters? Okay, so if you come right over here and if you ask for some conversational starters, in that case, now what are conversational starters? Let's say once you're trying to communicate with someone or you guys don't know each other and you want to start a communication between both of you. So to start that conversation, how you going to actually start the conversation, that process or that type of sentences are known as conversational starters. So if I just click on enter over here, you guys can see these are few of the general starters that you guys can use. Okay, so here you the term is that you do have a date with a girl. So can you give me some conversational starters? So they're asking that this one is, what do you like to do in your free time? So what it helps you with, so this basically opens up a discussion about hobbies and interests. So over here you do have the general status as well as you do have the rationale for all those questions over here. Okay, and also if you want to get personal insight of that particular person, these are few of the questions. And over here basically these things are actually, so this is quite amazing right over here. Like you will be able to get different kind of conversational starters, and also in different scenarios, it will actually suggest you different kind of conversational starters. So it helps you to communicate with people as well. Okay. And the next option is, it is basically helpful for different type of coders as well. Okay. If you're a beginner who started coding, it can help you out. And also, if you are a coder who is coding for a very long time, ChatGPT is useful for them as well. Okay, so as an experienced coder, in that particular case, you will ask some kind of advanced questions to ChatGPT. So I have already told you guys about customizing your ChatGPT. Like you guys can tell that you are doing this coding for 12 years, or in what language you're doing your coding. Okay, so let's say you want to actually write a back end code. Okay, let's say if I type over here, write me a back end code for a e-commerce website using node.js. And once you're done with that, let's come here, node.js. And if you just basically search this one, here you guys will be able to see that what all you need to do. Okay. So over here, they will show that creating a backend for an e-commerce website using Node.js basically involves several components, including routing, authentication, database interaction, handling business logic for products, orders, and users. Okay, so here it basically shows you the database operations, and the first thing what you need to do is set up your project. If you do want to, you need to install dependencies, you need to define different kind of models. You guys can check those things out as well and take inspiration from all of this and basically copy the code directly right from here. And if you do want to make any changes after that into your workspace where you are going to run your codes, in that case just copy this one, paste it over there in that particular field in that IDE, which is independent place where you can just put up your code and run your code accordingly to see that if there is any error or not. Okay, so you guys can come here, you guys can take this code, run this code. If you do want to if you need to make any changes, in that case you guys can make changes, authenticate those, and work as well. Okay, so over here, instead of typing this, if you are a beginner, so from here now, if you want to write a simple code, let's say write me a code for creating a mid libs game in Python. Okay, and if I search right now, here you guys can see that it will just give me a code of Python over here for creating a mid-libs game. Okay, so over here you guys can see this is the story, and also right over here I do have my mid-libs game. So in that case, what I can do is I can come here, I can just copy this whole things out, and after that now I can just change this whole story. And after changing the story, I can come here, and also I can basically change the noun 1, noun 2, or if I do want to change the verb, I can change the verb or the body part as well. So this is useful for a beginner coder and also an expert coder as well, depending on their usage. Okay, so the next thing what we will see, the use cases, is basically for education. Okay, so you might have heard that ChatGPT is a very good teacher. Okay, so let's say if you are a physics teacher, okay, and someone comes to you and asks you something about geography, okay, you won't be able to know each and everything about geography how a geography teacher knows, but ChatGPT is all in one. Okay, if you ask them a physics question or a math question or a question about uh, chemistry, in that case it do have the answer of all of this in one place. So that's why so many people, they do call ChatGPT as the best teacher. Okay, so now actually what it does is it actually explains the particular concept according to your age group. Okay, so if I come here and if I write that explain me about thermodynamic dynamics. Okay, so if I come here and if I just type this thing down, here you guys can see thermodynamics is a branch of physics that deals with the relationship between heat, work, temperature, and energy. But over here, sometimes you guys might feel that this one is uh, bit of hard. Okay, so in that case, now if you come here and if you tell that explain this to me like a 10-year old. Okay, so if you come here and here you guys can see that now they're telling me that imagine you have a bunch of toys that can do different things. Some toys gets really warm when they work, some toys move around and do work, and others might change shape or color. So thermodynamics is like the science of figuring out how these toys use energy to do all these cool things. Okay, so over here this one is more easier way. Okay, this explanation is more easier and very easy to understand as well. Okay, so this is the usage of how you will be able to use this one as a concept explanator according to your age group. Let's say you can tell ChatGPT that explain me about this particular topic as I study in class 6 or as I study in a class 8. Okay, so in that case, you guys can do that. And also, let's come here. Let's see the next use cases. So I'll just create up a new chapter or a new page right over here. And now I can type that translations in different languages. Okay, so over here now, if you search, let's say, first I'll tell act as a translator or act as a English to, let's type English to German translator. Okay, so now if you come right over here and if you just enter this particular prompt, and now here, like if you just type that, how are you doing today? So once I type this thing down and if I just click on enter, here you guys can see I do have this same thing over here in German. So the same way, if I come here, act as a translator from English to Italian. Okay, so if I come here and if I just click on enter, now whatever I basically type will actually turn my text into Italian. Let's say, let's go for the World Cup final next year. Okay, so if I just search this thing out, here you guys can see that the translation of this particular sentence is this particular thing which is being actually generated. Okay, so you guys can come here and use this one as a language translator over here. Like you guys can actually translate it from English to different languages, and also you guys can do vice versa. Okay, and also there is different uses, like you guys can come here and you guys can use this one for product recommendations. Okay, let's say, which sauce will be better for me in Walmart USA. Okay, so if you come here and if you type, and it is more value for my bucks. So if you just type this thing down, so you guys can see that you will be able to get a different suggest me some sauces of different brands. Okay, so if you come here and if you just type this thing down, here you guys can see that here you do have the sweet baby rays barbecue sauce, you do have the Tabasco original red sauce, here you do have the Hidden Valley ranch dressing, and also there are a lot of options which you guys can actually choose from. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can see these are some sauces from different brands that you might find at Walmart USA. Okay, so you guys can come here and check those, and like if you tell that, tell me the specialty of number 3. or let's say number 5, okay, which is the ranch dressing. So if I come here and if I click here, you guys can see how you will be able to use the ranch dressing. You can actually use it for salad dressing, you can use it as a dip, you can use it as a sandwich spread, and also you can use this one to marinate anything. Okay, so basically, this is how you guys can come here and basically get different kind of product recommendations for yourself and for your family as well. Okay, and the next use case of ChatGPT as like you can use ChatGPT as a career coach as well. Sometimes we do go to some career coach, and now we can just sit back at home and get ideas from ChatGPT itself. Okay, so if you come here and if you tell ChatGPT act as a career counselor, okay, so over here now if you just enter this particular prompt, you guys will see that here they're asking that what field are you interested in exploring, or do you need assistant figuring that out. Okay, so you can tell that I am interested in the field of tech, and I am good at coding with Python and HTML, CSS. So what all you can suggest me. Okay, and if you just click on enter here, you guys can see that given your skills that you are already good at Python and HTML, CSS, so basically you have a solid foundation for various career paths within the tech industry. So you can be a software developer or an engineer, you can be a full stack developer, you can be a data scientist or an analyst, you can work as a cybersecurity analyst, you can work as a web developer. And now if you tell that I do have a lot of patience, but I actually take a lot of time to work. Okay, so if you just search this thing, if you just click on enter here, you guys can see that here it will show you that some of the steps of how you can actually make the most of your patience and ensure your productivity. Okay, so you guys can search here for those particular things, and you can use this one as your career coach as well. Okay, so the next usage which I'll show you is that you can use this one for your entertainment purpose as well. Okay, so if you come here and if you tell ChatGPT that tell me a joke, okay, and if you type here, you guys can see that why don't scientists trust atoms, because they make up everything. Okay, so here this might not be the best joke you have heard, but at least they do understand some kind of humor, okay, which is quite amazing. So you guys can just talk with ChatGPT in many cases, like I am feeling so dumb today. Okay, so if you tell this particular prompt here, you guys can see that it is just giving me some kind of information like we all have days like that. Remember, intelligence isn't fixed, it fluctuates depending on many factors like mood, health, and environment. So give yourself a break and basically focus on something that brings you joy or relaxation. So it is a career coach as well, like it actually lightens your mood. If you do want to share anything, you guys can also do that. And now it can also help you for your mental health support. Okay. So if you tell that I don't feel like eating anything because I am too stressed at my workspace. Okay, so if you type that over here, so can you s- suggest me what should I do to keep my mental health stable? Okay, so if you just search this particular prompt here, you guys can see that what all it tells you. So here it tells you that you should take more breaks, you should basically practice meditation, make sure to stay hydrated, get moving, you should set boundaries, you should reach out for support, and also you should seek professional help if needed. Okay, so this can actually be used for mental health support as well, and also in case of entertainment suggestions. Let's say if you come right over here and if you tell that I do like action comedy movies. Okay, so if I just type this particular prompt and if you just click on enter, so now if you type that, can you suggest me the top 10 action comedy movies? Okay, so if you just search over here, you guys can see that these are few of the action comedy movies that you can watch for yourself, and also you guys can check out. And let's say if you do want to get or see a description about this particular things, you guys can come here, and let's say you want to know more about this uh, Tropic Thunder, or you want to search according to IMDb rating. Okay, so if I just click on Control C and Control V to paste, according to the IMDb rating. Okay, so if you guys don't know what is IMDb rating, then it is basically a rating system for movies which gives them point out of 10 regarding its total value, or let's say how much that particular movie is popular regarding their reviews as well. Okay, these are a big platform. So if I just click on enter, here you guys can see that over here, according to the IMDb rating, it basically shows me all of these options. Okay, so I can come here and I can check those things out as well. Or let's say if I want to come here and if I want to know more about any particular movie, I can come here and I can just search those things out as well. So yeah, I hope you guys do have understood this class on what are the different use cases or how you can actually use ChatGPT into our daily today work. We can use this one as to get different kind of recipe ideas, how you can actually start a conversation with someone, and also how you can actually help yourself if you are a coder. And it also helps you for concept explanation according to your age. It actually helps you translate it from one language to another. It actually helps you to select different kind of products, and also helps you to regarding your career, uh, actually gives you like it helps you to keep your mental health stable as well, acts as a mood lighter. And also you guys can take the help of ChatGPT in case you need some help with your entertainment also. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about ChatGPT. So, see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Essential ChatGPT, Gemini, DALL-E, Midjourney, and Stable Diffusion tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 6, where we will be using ChatGPT in SEO. Okay, so over here we'll be using ChatGPT in SEO, how you will be able to do SEO in ChatGPT, what are the different ways, what is SEO basically, if you guys don't know, and also I'll tell you guys what kind of keyword researches you guys will be able to do in ChatGPT right over here. So let's not waste time. Let's move and let's see what all we can learn over here from ChatGPT regarding the SEO. So over here on my screen, if you guys take a look, the topic name is using ChatGPT for SEO. Okay. And now first we will learn what is SEO and why do we use SEO. Okay. What are its benefits? How we will search, like we will start our keyword research. So what is SEO? So the full form of SEO is search engine optimization, okay, and is the practice of enhancing a website to increase its visibility for relevant searches. Okay, so it basically enhances a website. Let's say you have a particular website and you want people to go into a website. Let's say you do have a furniture company, okay, but in that particular sector you will have a lot of competitor. Okay, so now let's say I want to buy, or some other people do want to buy a furniture, and if they type best furniture near me, so it should, like, your particular website should come in front. Okay, so you need to make sure that the keywords which you're using, those are quite nice. Okay, and if they search regarding that, like the best furniture near me, then your website should come first, or your website should appear in front of the viewer. Okay, and once it appears in front of them, they tend to click over there and they tend to see your website, and from there, if they basically like your product, they will go and purchase your product. Okay, so that is about increasing your visibility and how it is beneficial for a business or for a influencer as well. Let's say you are an influencer and you want people to view your account. In that case also you guys can use SEO as well. So the better visibility a website has in search engine results, okay, the more likely it is to attract attention and drive traffic to the site. Let's say once you have a lot of people coming into a website, you see that in like your sale of that particular product or that particular website, whatever service you're providing or whatever product you're selling, that will increase as well. Okay, so it is more likely to attract attention and basically drive traffic to your site. So now the next thing over here is what are basically the benefits. Okay, so the best first benefit is increased traffic. Okay, so it will increase traffic in your particular website, which will lead to more sale, or which will lead to people get your service provided to them. Okay, and the second option is cost effective. Let's say using organic growth, okay, using this SEO method, if you have a organic growth into your website, then it is quite strong. Okay, if people tend to see your website quite often, in that particular case they will psychologically think that, okay, this particular thing is coming so many times in my page. So in that case, what I should do, let's go and see what service or what product is he selling. And from there, let's say anyone liked your product, they will most obviously tend to buy your product if it's value for the money and also if it's quite efficient. Okay, so that is about quite effectiveness or cost effectiveness. And also once you have a lot of traffic into a website, you do have a busy website, you have a good UI UX, it actually enhances the user experience. Okay, so once you have a lot of people using your website, you guys will see that they will have a better user experience or they'll have a better UX. Okay, and once your SEO or once your keyword research is basically fine and once people comes onto your website, what automatically it will do is it will increase your brand awareness. Okay, people will come to know that okay, there is such brand who provides this particular service to us. Okay, it will increase your brand awareness among the people. And let's say there is a sports shop. Okay, and over there I saw some football shoes, and my friend at the same time want to buy some football shoes as well. So if I have bought that particular product and I like that product, what automatically I'll do is I'll go and tell my friend that okay, bro, I do like this particular shoe from this particular website, so you can visit there as well. So this is also called mouth to mouth marketing, which is quite strong and gives you a natural growth to your product or to your brand. Okay, and once people see in their feed, once they're scrolling in their social media, or let's say they're just scrolling into different kind of website and they see your poster or they see your brand, in that case you guys they'll also think okay, I do need this, so let's go and visit this site as well. My friend also told me about this, so let's see how these shoes are. Okay, so in that case it actually increases your brand awareness. Okay, and also you will have a competitive advantage. Let's say whatever service you are providing or whatever product you are selling, you will have competitors in the market as well. Okay, so you need to make sure that you do have a competitive advantage over them. Let's say they're not doing too much of marketing of their product, but in the same way you are doing a natural marketing of your product. So there is a saying like whatever you see, that actually sells. Okay, so if you see something in front of you, then it basically sells more. Okay, just think that you guys eat chips, so there are different kind of companies, like there is Cheetos, there is Lay's. Okay, if in that case if you had some local chips, so just think that how many times you're going to a local shop and eating the local chips, or what is the craving you have towards those international chips which you get in the market. Okay, because their price is also more, their taste is also more, because you do see them often. Okay, so that's the thing, that you will have a competitive advantage uh, comparing to your competitors. Okay, so that were few of the benefits, and there are also a lot of benefits over here. And there is the strategy which you need to follow. Okay, so first thing, we need to understand that AI or ChatGPT basically is not a human being. Okay, it works on generative AI. Okay, so once it works on generative AI, it gives you human like responses, but ChatGPT is not a human being. So at the end of the day, what happens is it actually runs on code. Okay, there will be some binary code, there will be zeros, there will be one, which actually produces a response and give it back to you. So once you're creating a prompt, I want you guys to remember 3 points. Okay, so first thing, once you're writing a problem, or this is a better way of using ChatGPT for your SEO. Okay, first thing, you need to tell ChatGPT that what is your problem. Okay, what is the problem that you are trying to tell ChatGPT? So I need to make ChatGPT understand that okay, this is my problem. And the second point is you need to define about your contribution. Let's say you did give a problem, so to solve that particular problem, what you are contributing from your end. Okay, so once I show you guys this one in chat gpt, then you guys will understand this one in a better way. Okay, but you need to provide something, okay, over here, what you are contributing towards that. So in that case, you need to make sure that you are also contributing something and stating that to chat gpt, that you will be contributing this particular thing. And the last thing in your prompt which you need to tell is you need to define your expectation. Let's say you already told your problem, you told that what you're going to contribute and what you are asking from ChatGPT. You need to you need to understand that, like, what is your expectation from them. Okay, so let's say now you are expecting that please give me or categorize these particular things for me. Okay, in that case, how you will be able to do that? Okay, you want it to act as a keyword researcher. Okay, in that case, what is your expectation out of ChatGPT? You guys can state that quite in a simple language. Okay, so these are the 3 points which you should remember. And over here into this particular chapter under SEO, we will be learning the 5 use cases of ChatGPT in SEO. So the first one is keyword research. The second one is keyword intent. The third one is keyword clustering. The fourth one is meta description. And the fifth one is the schema data. Okay, so each and everything I will be showing you guys in ChatGPT. So let's move over there and we'll start with keyword research and we'll end with the schema data. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm over here in a new chat of ChatGPT website. And now the first thing what I'm going to do is we are going to learn about the keyword research. Okay. So as I've told you that simple 3 steps which you need to do once you are actually giving a prompt to ChatGPT to use it in a better way. So the first thing what you want to write is you want it to act in such a way. Okay, so I will tell ChatGPT act as a keyword research tool. Okay, so once you are done with that, after that, you guys can click on enter right over here. And over here, you guys can see that they are telling sure it can help you with keyword research. Okay, so now the next thing you need to type is what you are going to provide ChatGPT with. Okay, so from here, I will tell I will provide you a seed word. Okay, so I'll be providing a seed word to ChatGPT. Okay, I will provide you a seed word. Okay, so I will type this particular thing, and after that, what you guys can do is you guys can come down over here. Otherwise, what you guys can do is you guys can just click enter right over here. And the next thing is once you're done with both the prompt. Okay, so the first thing is you told that you need to act as a keyword research tool, and also you told that you will provide a seed word. Okay, so in that case, now the next thing what you need to do is I will ask ChatGPT what I want from them. Okay, so I'll tell that you will provide me with, first one is a list of 20 long tailed keywords. Okay, so if you just type this thing down, long tail keywords, and for second, I will tell that list of 20 long tailed long tailed keywords generated during step 1 with geographical modifier. Okay, geographical modifier, and I will just put what kind of geographical modifier I want to put. So I'll just put quotation, and inside quotation I'm going to write near this near this city. Okay, so I'll just type this thing down. Let's give this one up a quotation, and I will also provide this list of cities. So let's come here and I will just type list of cities are, and now I will just type A, then I will just type Toronto. For B, I will type Brisbane, and for C, I will type Sydney. Okay, so let's type Sydney right over here. And now, if you take a look, okay, let's come right over here. Let's cancel. Let's just cancel the spacing over here as well. Let me just give up a spacing at this particular point, minus, and over here now I will just give this one up a space. Okay, so here you guys can see that I'm asking ChatGPT to provide me with a list of 20 long tail keywords, and number two is list of 20 long tailed keywords generated during step one. Okay, generated during step one with geographical modifier. Okay, so if I come here and if I just put this particular thing down here, now they're asking me that to put my seed word, okay, regarding which I do want to do the research. Okay, so in that case, now let's search for website or software engineer. Okay, software engineer is my C word. Okay, so let's come here, and if I just click on enter, you guys will see that over here I will have 20 long tail keywords related to software engineer. Okay, so the first thing over here, this is the prompt on number one. So how to become a software engineer salary, software engineer job description, and over here I do have 20 keywords. And after that, over here, I do have also told them to generate me some geographical modifiers for Toronto, Brisbane, and Sydney. Okay, so over here, you guys can see I do have 20 keywords each right over here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see software engineer resume tips near Toronto, daily task of a software engineer near Toronto, and over here you guys can see software engineer career path near Brisbane. Here you guys can see software engineer versus software developer near Sydney. So these are few of the keywords which you guys can generate. So if you're using different software to generate this particular keyword or want to do some keyword researches, you guys can basically have to pay amount of money. But with ChatGPT, with the free version itself, you guys can actually have this kind of keyword research. So I hope you guys have understood that how you will be able to work over here. So let's come here and let's see about keyword intent. Okay, so I hope you guys to have understood about keyword research. Let's go to keyword intent. Let's create up a new chat over here. And what is keyword intent basically? Let's say if you do want to categorize them, and in ChatGPT you will be able to do the keyword intent work for free. Okay, so let's say I will first tell act as a keyword keyword research tool. Okay, so I'll just tell this particular thing up. Let's click on enter. And the second thing what I'm going to do right over here is basically I will come here and I will tell them how it should basically act. Okay, so over here now I will tell them that I will give them a particular keyword or a set of keyword, or I will, let's say over here, if there is any keyword related to, or if there is any keyword that is not related to software engineer or software developer, please remove those. Okay, and you will categorize based, or let's come here, you will categorize on, or you'll categorize based on intent. Okay, so just type this particular thing and now just give them regarding which you need to come here and you need to put. So for A, I will put commercial. B, I will put navigational. And C, I will put informational. Okay, so informational right over here. So once you have put that particular keyword right over here, now if I just click on enter, you guys will see that, okay, so they're asking me for a different kind of keywords. Okay, so over here, if you do want to categorize these particular keywords, here you guys can see first they're putting out all of these keywords over here. Okay, and after that they're basically categorizing those keywords as well. Okay, so over here you guys can see they did provide me with the keywords, and at the same time they did provide me with this particular keywords right over here as well. Okay, so now what I can do is I can just check out under categories, under commercial interns, they do have the software engineer job openings. Over here you do have the software engineer courses. And now I hope this was kind of clear for you. And the next thing is, let's create up a new chat over here. And now let's search for act as a keyword clustering tool. Okay, so now I want it to act as a keyword clustering tool, and I will tell them that I will be providing them with different kind of keywords. Okay, so now let me just provide over here with different kind of keywords. So now over here, basically what I'll be doing is I will tell that I will provide you with list of keywords, and I'll also tell now that what do I want them to do, and you will analyze analyze and cluster them into relevant groups. Okay, so if I come here and if I just search this thing up, let's click on enter, and over here now they're actually asking me to provide the keywords. So let's come right over here and let me just give this particular keywords which I had already generated. Control C. Let's come here now, Control V, and if I click on enter, here you guys can see now they basically they will cluster. Okay, so they're just dividing this one into career path and job information. Here you do have salary and compensation. Okay, they do have clustered this into education and skills development sector, where you do have software engineering certification, software engineering boot camps. Over here they do have actually clustered my keywords into 7 different groups. Okay, so this was about how you will be able to do the keyword clustering. And the next thing which we will basically see is called the meta description or a meta title. Okay, so in this one what I need to do is I need to tell ChatGPT to act as a SEO content writer. Okay, so if you come here and if you tell it to actually act as a SEO content writer, in that case here you guys can see that here you guys have a sample SEO content piece. Okay, but I don't want that. I want it to act as an SEO content writer. Okay, so now let's come here, Control C. Let's come to this particular place, Control V, and now I will just come here and I'll tell that, let's come here and tell I will provide you article on a topic, and you need to give me a title for that article. Okay, so if you come here and now if I just click on enter, you guys will see that now they're asking me about that particular article. So I'll just go to ChatGPT and I'll tell generate me a random article on football. Okay, so if I come here, if I just type that particular thing down, let's click on enter, and over here you guys can see I do have this particular article. Okay, so what I can do is I will just copy this exact article. Let's control C, and over here let's come to this particular point, let's control V this particular article, and let's see what kind of title it does provide me. Okay, so here you guys can see the title which this have provided me is the tactical evolution of football from 4-4 to fluid formation and high pressing strategies. And also now if I come here and if I want a description, in that case now I will tell provide me a description for this article in 3 sentences. Okay, so if I come here and if I click enter, you guys will see now they will provide me a description of this same article over here as well. So you guys can come here and over here you guys can basically check out for the meta title and the meta description. This was about that. And lastly, we are going to learn about the schema data. Okay, so schema data is basically done in different kind of website, but if you do want to do it using ChatGPT, you need to come here and you need to tell ChatGPT to act as a node.js. Okay, or let's come here, node.js coder expert. Okay, so if I come here and now the next thing what I need to do is I need to tell them that what I will be providing them with. So I'll tell them I will provide you with product pages. And now what I'm asking from them. So I'll just come here and I will tell them you will have to give me the product type schema data code. You need to give me product schema data code in node.js. Okay, which is accepted by Google. So I'll come here and I'll just click on enter. And you guys can see that they're asking me that I can help you with that. And please provide me with the product pages you would like to generate. So I'll come here. Let's go to Amazon. And from Amazon, basically, I will just take a URL of a product. So let's come here. Let's go to Amazon page and you guys can just take any random product from here. Okay. So let's say I will just wait for here. Otherwise, let's get some product URL. You guys can directly search for product URL. Okay. So let's come here. And if you want to get different kind of things like that, let's come here. Random provide me or random product URL. Okay, so you guys can come here, click over here, and if you do want to get any product URL from here, you guys can come here and get it from here because my Amazon is basically not loading. So in that case, let's come here, let's search from other websites. Okay, let's go with Flipkart. And if I just click on enter, let's go to this particular page from here. Okay, so let's go to this flipkart.com. I can come here and I can basically take any product URL right from here itself. Okay, so now I do have copied one URL. So I'll tell that this is a refrigerator and the URL is, let me just give a colon and now Control V to give out the URL. So now if I just search this thing out here, you guys can see that it will give me that particular JavaScript according to the Node.js code to generate the schema data in the that the Google accepts. Okay, so over here you guys can see I do have that particular schema data. If I need to change anything, I can come here and I can just change anything as well. So here you guys can see this code will basically generate JSON LD structured data based on the schema.org vocabulary for the provided refrigerator product. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can check this particular thing out as well. Okay, so this is how you guys can take the help of ChatGPT in providing you with keyword research. So yeah, I hope you guys do have understood about ChatGPT. So from next class, we'll be learning about Gemini AI and how you will be able to use that into your daily to-day work and also for professional works. So take care, everyone. See you all in the next chapter. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Essential ChatGPT, Gemini, DALL-E, Midjourney, and Stable Diffusion tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 7, where we'll be getting started with Gemini AI. Okay, so we'll be understanding what Gemini AI is, according to what module it basically works. We will get on to why we should use Gemini. Okay, how it's basically different, what are its uses. I'll be showing you guys by going into my search engine, searching for Gemini AI, how the interface looks like. We'll just get a brief understanding about how to work with that. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, basically, we will be talking about the Gemini AI. Okay. So in our last classes, we do have learned about ChatGPT, how it actually interacts with you like a human being. So Gemini is also the same way, but Gemini is by Google. Okay. And ChatGPT is by the company called AI. Okay, so these are two different entities, two different company, but they do work with the artificial intelligence. So now to understand Gemini in a better way, okay, so let's look at the definition at first, like what a Gemini is, how it actually works. So for the definition of Gemini AI, so Gemini AI can be defined as a suite for large language models created by Google AI. Okay, so this is basically created by Google, and basically these models are known for being multimodal, meaning they can basically process and understand information from various formats like text, code, audio, and images. So in ChatGPT, we do have seen that if we give them some text information, okay, they will just give us a human response towards that or towards my search. Okay, but here what we basically see, okay, so it actually tries to process and understand the information which are in various formats. Okay, so the first one is text, or let's say the second one is code. Okay, like if you do give them some code, it will just try to understand that code and it will try to fulfill according to your input as well. Okay, but the next two things are a bit different from chat gpt. Okay, so over here, if you just do give them some kind of audio, okay, they will try to understand what this audio is about. And also, if you do give them any kind of images, it will try to understand that image as well. Okay, so they'll tell that what kind of image is that, or what do you want to do with that particular image. It will try to decode those particular things for you. And this Gemini AI basically works on large language models, and the shortcut is the LLMs. Okay, which we'll discuss once we move a bit deeper into this particular lesson. So we will look few of the key aspects of the definition. Okay, so what are the key aspects of this particular definition which I have just shown you? So the first thing is the large language model. As I was telling, that Gemini basically works on the large language models. Okay, so what are basically these large language models, or the LLMs? So these are complex AI systems which are trained on massive amounts of data that allow them to generate text, translate languages, write different kind of creative content, and answer your questions in an informative way. Okay, so large language models are nothing else but these are complex AI systems. Okay, so these are not simple AI system, but it is a complex AI systems. And why it is basically complex? Because it stores a massive amount of data. Okay, so it works with a massive amount of data and it tries to understand. Okay, let's say someone search that, okay, how are you doing today? Or if you do give them some information, so this particular entity was built in this particular year. Okay, so let's say someone doesn't know. Okay, and if they search that particular thing, they will try to verify this document from Google itself, and also they will try to verify your response. So it will give you a mixed response. Okay, so it will try to understand or process the information like a human being. Okay, so that's why in that case, this is a complex AI system which is trained on massive amounts of data that allow them to generate text. It allows them to translate different kind of languages. Let's say if you do have any particular text, or if you want a translator, in that case it can work as a translator as well. Let's say you are going to a different country and you don't know the local language, so you can use Gemini AI for a helping hand, okay, for your tour or your travel, or let's say you went for studies, anything as such, okay. So the next thing, or the aspect ratio of this particular definition, is suit. Okay. So basically, Gemini isn't just one model. Okay. So this particular Gemini is not only made up of one model. It consists of multiple model, or you can call it as a collection of LLMs. Okay, so you can call it a collection of large language models, which makes it a complex AI with varying capabilities. Okay, so one particular LLM basically consists of some of its capability. Okay, but it consists of a lot of capabilities together. But each and individual LLM consists of each and individual uh, skill. Okay, so in that case it is a collection of LLMs, and basically they range from the powerful Gemini Ultra for tackling complex tasks to the lightweight Gemini Nano designed for on-device applications on your phone. Okay, so it basically range from the powerful Gemini Ultra for tackling the complex tasks to the lightweight Gemini Nano design. Okay, so it can basically handle the complex task as well, and also the tasks which are basically lightweight. Okay, and the next one is multimodal. So this is what basically sets Gemini apart from any other AI. Okay, so unlike there are many LLMs that primarily focus on text. Okay, so in the case of ChatGPT also we have seen, okay, but that actually uses the natural language processing method, whereas over here we do work with the large language models. But here what they do is the one who are using LLMs that primarily focuses on text. Let's say if you do give out any kind of text input, it will give you a text outcome. But Gemini, what it does, it can understand and respond to information presented in different formats, making it more versatile. Okay, let's say you don't feel like writing, you do want to give them some command. If you have known Alexa, okay, like if you tell them to play something, or you can also have a conversation. And if you don't know what an Alexa is, so it's kind of a speaker which is created by Amazon, which is connected to the internet, and also it works on the AI model. Okay, like if you say, Alexa, play this particular song, Alexa, what is the time right now, they'll try to interact with you as a human being as well. Okay, so it basically responds to information. It can be presented in form of a text, it can be presented in form of a voice note, it can be presented in form of a code, or it can be presented in form of image as well. Okay, so the next thing what we are going to look is about Gemini AI. Okay. So it was basically developed by Google, as I was telling, and it's a family of AI models. Okay. Known for being the most general and capable one they have created yet. Okay. So over here, the Gemini AI is it's a developed by Google. Okay. And it's a family of the AI models. Okay. So Gemini AI is the most latest and the most creative one that Google have created yet. Okay. In the near future, maybe they can create something better, as these tech companies, they keep on working on their models. Okay. They try to make it more advanced day by day. They can get some new AI models maybe in the near future. But till today, this is their most capable one, which they have created yet. So basically, as we have already known, that it's basically known for its multimodal abilities, which is it can respond you in different ways. Like it can just read your text, and it can read your image, code, or You can just give up a voice note as well. It understands and processes information from various formats like text, code, audio, images, and video as well. So this was a small description about Gemini AI. Like once we go into our search engine, once we go into the interface, we will get a better knowledge about Gemini. Okay. So the next thing is what are its key features? Like why we should use Gemini and not any other AI models. Okay. I'm not telling that you should not use any other AI model, but you should understand that what are its pros and what are its cons. Okay. So once you know that, okay, this particular thing is better over here into this particular application. So you should go with the better one. Okay. It saves your time, it saves your effort, and it also keeps you interested on that particular topic as well. So the first key feature of Gemini is its flexibility. Okay. So Gemini comes in different sizes to fit various needs. So there is a powerful ultra model for basically kind of complex task. Okay. So if you do have any complex task like coding and stuff, for that they do have the ultra model. And there is also a well-rounded pro for general usage. And if you do have any nano work for efficient on-device applications, that is also available. So it is basically available in different models. Like if you do want to do some powerful task, you can use the ultra model. If there is some task which is moderate, you can basically use the well-rounded pro. And if it's some small work, you guys can go with the nano one as well. And the next point is efficiency. Okay. So the architecture behind Gemini is built for streamlined performance, making it efficient to run on a wide range of devices. So it is built in such a way that it can be streamlined performance and it can be used efficiently to run on a wide range of devices. Okay. It can be used on your laptop, it can be used on your PC, it can be used on smart devices or smartphones. It can be used on your tab. So it can be used on a wide range of devices and you will be able to use all its features which are available. Okay. And also, another key feature of this one is code expertise. Okay. So interestingly, Gemini can understand, explain, and even generate code in different programming languages. So there are different programming languages that there is JavaScript, there is Python, there is HTML, CSS, there is Node.js. Okay. So if you are a coder, so it basically understands and it also give you explanation and also it will even generate code for you to run those into your IED. Okay. So you will be able to actually run your codes into your programmer. Okay. It can basically understand what you're trying to say. Okay. Like if you're telling them to create some code for yourself, it will also give you the rationale that why they're creating this code. Okay. Why it is actually giving you the command according to that. Okay. And also it will generate code for you in different kind of languages which we will specify. Okay. So these are few of the key features which are available in Gemini, for which we should use Gemini AI. So lastly, I'd like to say that overall, Gemini is a powerful AI tool with the potential to transform how developers and business approach various tasks by offering a versatile and adaptable AI solution. Okay. So overall, basically Gemini is quite a powerful AI tool. So which basically have the potential to transform how developers, okay, and also how businesses they approach different kind of tasks by offering a versatile and also adaptable AI solution. Okay. So more the day goes, the AI will basically learn more, it will gather more information and more data, and it will become more stronger day by day. So it do have the capability to transform how developers and how the businesses think about growing their business or developing their code in the near future as well. It will be quite an uh, upreaching thing. Okay. So yeah, let's move on to Gemini, or let's move on to our search engine, and let's see how it's basically done, or how you will be able to go to the Gemini. What is the interface looking like? I will just give you some simple searches, how it actually works, how to put out your prompt in Gemini as well. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm over here in my Google page. Okay. So from here, basically you guys can use any search engine. Let it be Google, let it be the Microsoft Bing, or it can also be Mozilla Firefox, Opera Mini, anything you prefer. Okay. From here, if you do want to get Gemini, let's type Gemini, and if I just click on enter, here you guys can see I do have this particular website. Okay, so from here just click once, which will basically redirect you into the workspace in which we are going to work on. So basically Gemini do have two versions. They do have the paid version and they do have the free version like ChatGPT. And here, it kind of looks like the same, okay, the interface. So over here, you guys can see you just need to go here, go to your email address and make sure to upload, like make sure to log in into your account. And here you guys can basically see just over here, if you do want any kind of ideas, you guys can come here, and if you just click here once, you guys can see how you are going to actually give out a prompt. Okay, let's say find videos of how to quickly, and if you do want to change it, if you just click once here, you guys can basically check, just delete this one and put out any of your uh, prompt. Okay, and also it will basically help you to incorporate a plant-based diet, like what kind of searches or what kind of prompts that you guys can use. And also on the left hand side, if you come here, here you will be able to see all of the recent searches which you have done right over here. If you do want any help, you can go to the help option. And also if you do want to check out your activity, just click over here, which will redirect you into a different page. And over here, you guys can see that you will be able to delete your searches. You will be able to manage those. Okay, if you do want to turn off the app's activity, you guys can come here and turn it off directly from here. Otherwise, over here, you will be able to see that on what date, about what thing you do have searched about. And from here, basically, you guys can actually share your prompt as well. Okay. If you do want to share any kind of prompt, you guys can do that. And under settings here, you guys can actually have it this one in a dark theme. Okay, but for me, I will just prefer the light theme as well. If you do have any public links here, you guys can save. And also if you do want to activate other extensions in this one, you guys can come here and do that. Okay, so let's try to understand that how you're going to actually give out any kind of text prompt. Let's say write me an essay. Okay, so over here you guys can see my first command is write me an essay. So I need to make sure and to specify that about what topic I do want it to write me an essay. Write me an essay about the food. Okay, so my second command is, first is write me an essay. I'm telling Gemini to write me an essay. And also the next command is about what. Okay, about what particular topic am I going to tell Gemini to write me an essay. Okay, about the food. And if I don't want to particularly mention any place, food of this country or food of this region, I can also mention that food, about the food in Austria. Okay, And also, if I do have any kind of limitation, let's say in 1000 or 2000 words. Okay. So I can come here and basically once I am done, I can just click here onto the submit option and it will basically create me this. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the essential ChatGPT, Gemini, DALL-E, Midjourney and Stable Diffusion tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 8 where I'll be showing you guys how you can use Gemini for coding. Okay, so we'll be learning about all that over here into this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, I'm here on my new chat. Okay, so over here, before starting to code, let me tell you guys that if you don't have any previous experience with coding, then it might be tough for you to code. Okay. Because what AI does is AI actually makes it easier for you to code. You should have a basic idea about coding. Then using AI, you will be able to do some advanced level things as well. But if you don't have any knowledge at all, it might be a bit harder for you. Okay. So I'll prefer that if you want to code using any AI, let it be ChatGPT, let it be Gemini or anything else. Okay. You should first have some basic idea about that particular programming language. Okay. So let's come over here into my search engine and let's search for what are the coding languages. Coding languages. Okay, so let's search what are the coding languages. Let's click on enter. And here you guys can see there are four types. There are actually a lot of that. Okay, so here you guys can see you do have the JavaScript. Here you do have the C and the C++. You do have the SQL. You do have the Swift. You do have the Go. Here you do have the Python as well. You guys can use all these things up. Okay, so these are few of the are if you do want to get a list, you guys can see here there are basically a lot of coding languages. There is Node JS. Okay, so if you do want to make any kind of website and stuff, in that case, they do use the Node JS and all. Okay, you guys can come here and check those things out as well. Okay, so let's go back and let me just go with the very basic. Okay, so the first thing comes here is how you are going to actually give out a prompt. Okay, let's say I'm going to work with Python. Okay, so now I'll come here and my prompt will be, can you give me a code for creating a Mad Libs game in Python. And those of you don't know that what is a Mad Libs game, let me come here and let me show you what is a Mad Libs game. Okay, so Mad Libs, let's click on enter. And here under images, here you guys can see that basically you will have a page quite like this where you need to fill it up with a appropriate word. Okay, so these are known as Mad Libs game. When you were small, you guys used to have in your question papers as well, I do believe. Okay, so you guys can actually create this one using Python. So my command is give me the, let's go with the code for creating a Mad Libs game in Python. Okay, so if I come here and if I click on submit, you guys can basically see that over here now I do have this particular code. Okay, but before using the code here, you guys can check out this caution as well. Okay, so over here, here it says that Gemini can help you with codings and topics about coding, but you are responsible for your use of the code or coding explanation. So you should use discretion and carefully test and review all code for errors. So it's not that directly from here you will copy this. Maybe you will go into any ID. So there are different IDs from where you guys can run your own code. Let's say you just can take just the frame or the out frame of the code from here, and basically later you guys can just check those out here as well. So let me come here, let me cancel this, let me cancel this over here, and basically this is the type of code which you guys can actually use. Okay, so here you do have the code as well. So over here basically they do have give me this particular code, but here if you do want to move it onto the right hand side and check those out, you guys can basically do that right from here itself. Okay, and also underneath here they do have a small description of how I should actually use this particular code. Okay, so basically this is a example and we can basically enhance this particular code. Okay, so it's not replacing a coder directly. What it's doing is it's actually increasing, or it's actually making the work of a coder quite easier. Okay. So now let's come here the same way. Let's go with create or code for creating a calculator in Python. Okay. And if I just click on enter, here you guys can see here, basically I do have the code of creating a calculator. Okay. So over here, you guys can see how it actually works, and you guys can just copy this code directly. And over here, they do have three different ways or four different ways of how you can use these codes. Okay, so here you guys can use the first one, which actually have this def option over here. Okay, and here you guys can check this one out. And over here, they do have use the while loop option. Okay, so here they do have used the while loop for the third one. Over here, you guys can see they do have used the if and the elif options, and here they do have the else option as well. And from here, you guys can check that there is a small description about this particular code as well. If you do want to copy this, just click on copy code. And now if I go into any of my notepad, let's say, let's search for a notepad right over here. And now if I just click Control V, you guys can see I have just copied this whole thing up. So this is how you guys can actually check this one. And also here you guys can see what is the sources of my search. Okay, or from where I did get this particular codes. Somewhere it will be present, right? So these are few of the sources, and if I do want to verify those sources, I can click over there, and from here it will directly lead me into that particular uh, website, okay, or particular address. So let me come here and I can just check those things out as well. If I don't need to check it out, I can come here and basically I can check those options out as well. If I want to double check all the responses which was given by me, which were given by Gemini to me, over here I can actually double check those responses from Google as well. Okay, So you guys can actually work with that. Okay. So now also you will be able to upload an image. Okay. Let's say if you do have any kind of image, or let's say if I come here and if I just take or go into a particular uh, place, let's say if I go into a particular website, let's go to freepik.com. And over here, if I just take up a screenshot, okay, let me just take up a screenshot of this particular page. And from here, now let's go to Gemini. And over here, let's create up a new chat first. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to upload image. Okay. And from here, if I do want to upload the same image, which I do have just screenshotted, let's take this image. Let's open this one up. And if I come here and if I tell them that code or give me a node.js backend code for my website, which image is given. And if I just click on enter here, you guys will be able to see that Gemini will reply me back. Okay. So over here, they might ask that what kind of thing they want. And here you can see that they won't be able to give me the exact code to display the image I sent as a screenshot of a website. And they won't be able to directly fetch content from other sites as copyright restriction. However, they can basically provide me with the Node.js backend code that can serve static files, which could be an image you upload yourself. Okay, so here you guys can see that I do have the code right over here, and before using that, I can actually check out the caution. And here you guys can see they do have told me that in this particular example, you would create a folder called public and stuff, and there are things which you can basically change over here. Okay, and also over here let's go to a new chat, and over here if I search for backend code for a delivery company of groceries using node.js. Okay, so I'm just asking them to give me the backend code for a delivery company of groceries using the node.js. Okay, so here you guys can see they're telling me that basically building a backend for a grocery delivery company using node.js is basically a complex project. But here is a breakdown that how you need to get started. Okay. So first, you need to go here to the express.js. Here, these are the dependencies. Here you guys can see that over here you do have the core functionalities. You guys can just follow these steps all along. And over here, you guys can see that you do have some sample codes as well. Okay. So you guys can check those sample codes out. And also, if you do want to get any Node.js with Express tutorial, you guys can go with this particular option and get some free tutorials regarding that as well. Okay. So if you do want to use them, you guys can come here and you guys can just use them from here as well. Okay. Like if you do want to give them more ideas about that, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can give them more ideas, or you guys can get more accurate answers. Okay, let me tell that build me a guessing game in Python. So over here, you guys can see that now I do have all of these options. Over here, I do have this particular code, but now you want to come here and you want to tell that they will have three guesses in total. Okay. And if you just click on enter here, you guys can see now they do have adjusted the Python code for the guessing game with only 3 attempts. Okay. So here you guys can see that they do have actually selected the loop option over here. Now the loop is activated over here. And also now if you want to come here and if you want to give them more options, okay, so let's say uh, give them hints. Let's say I will give them hints about the word. Okay. So come here, click on enter. And here you guys can see that now this is again coming to this particular point, and over here it have readjusted. So you guys can check that what are the changes made over here. So you guys have added hint option, hint function to provide some basic hints based on the guess. Okay, implemented a list of secret words to choose from randomly, and modified the game loop to check for the exact guess and provide hints otherwise. So this is basic example, and you can always customize the hints over here as well. Okay, so this is the code, and also if you do want more detailed, okay, so you guys can come here. The word will be treasure. The or I will just write the secret word will be, and let's open the double quote and let me type treasure, and let's close this double quote. And if I just click on enter here, you guys will be able to see that now I have already told them that what is going to be my secret word. Okay, so over here again they do have made the changes. Okay, so remove the secret word list and directly set the secret word to treasure. Okay, and here you guys can see modified the get hint function to provide a specific hint for the word treasure. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can see that here you do have the uh, you have used the loop option over here. Okay, here you do have the for loop which you will be able to use, and here you guys can see I do have the total number of attempts over here. And lastly, once you are done, let's tell that use the if and else function in my code as well. Okay, so if you come here and if you tell them to use the if and else function in your code as well, here you guys can see now they do have used the if and else function over here as well into your code. Okay, so this is how you guys can customize your code over here, and the one which is more accurate you guys can just copy that one and basically take that particular code into uh, the place where you guys will be able to run your code accordingly. So for me, I do use PyCharm. You guys can also use for yourself as a IDE. Okay. So yeah, I hope you guys do have got up a basic idea about how to use Gemini for coding. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the essential ChatGPT, Gemini, DALL-E, Midjourney and Stable Diffusion tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 9, where I'll be showing you guys how you can write a story using Gemini. Okay, so we'll be learning about all of that over here into this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see now, this is the workspace of Gemini. And from here, now we need to understand first, before any story writing, that about what I am trying to write a story about. Okay, let's say, would it be a fictional story, or would it be a superhero story, or would that be some kind of a love story? Okay, so over here now, I will tell that give me name of two characters for my love story. Okay, so over here now you will be able to see that here I do have a different kind of names. So over here I do have Asher, Alina, and now I do have Cordelia and Cassian. Okay. So over here, they do have the meaning as well. Okay. And now let's say using this names, I want to write a love story. So now here, you guys can see that I do have a story over here. Okay, and I can just read this out. Okay, or let's say now I will tell that change the city to Athens. And if I just click on enter, here you guys can see that now I do have this particular story. And if I do want to modify it more, okay, let's say here you guys can see, I will tell them that give me this story in simple English. Okay, and if I just click on enter over here, you guys can see now comparing to the last one, this particular story, they do have some easier or simple Englishes used. Okay, so over here now let's say, can you divide this story in total of 10 chapters? So here you guys can see now they do have this particular chapters over here. Okay, and now I will tell that increase the story time. And now if I just come here and if I just click on enter, here you guys can see that now they do have increased the story time. Okay. So over here now again, I will tell that in total I do have this 13. Okay. So now I will tell that include some other characters like the like Alina's. And if you don't remember who is Alina, so she is the character over here, Alina's strict parents. And what was the guy name? Asher's. And let's come here and let's type also include Asher's Asher's rich background. Okay. And here you guys will be able to see that they're actually trying to mold this particular story in such a way that all this information will be included. So here, the information which I have provided is that Asher or the guy or the character of this particular story which I am trying to create, he have a rich background. Okay. But over here, uh, in this particular place, you guys will see that my command or my prompt over here is that Alina have strict parents. And over here, again, I do have that I am telling to increase the story time, telling them to divide it in 10 parts, telling them to give me in simple language. I have changed the city. And now if I come down and if I tell them that make the story big and interesting. Okay, so I'll just come here and I told them to make the story big and interesting. Okay, so now if I just go down, okay, as I was telling you guys about one particular option. Okay, so if I come down and over here, if I just go to modify response and if I just click on longer, you guys will see that it will try to give me a longer outcome. Okay, so over here, let me just add more information to it. Okay, so add more characters to the story, like Alina's ex and friends, also Ethan's dark past. Okay, so if I just click on enter here, you guys can see now I'm telling them to add more detail. Okay, which should include Elena's ex and friends, and also this particular story will tell you about Ethan's dark past. Okay, so this particular love story in 14 chapters, and over here you guys can see that I do have this particular story right over here. Okay, so I will ask them that can you suggest me a name for my story. And if I just click on enter, here you guys will be able to see that there are few names for my story over here according to the elements that have been described. Okay, so over here, according, if you are looking the name or the title according to the reference to the setting, it can be beneath the Athenian sun, whispers of the Acropolis, okay, echoes in stone, and also there are different kind of name suggested according to their characters and their connection, according to the story themes. Okay, here you do have dreams unearthed, beyond the legacy, where past meets present. Here you do have a legacy of love. Okay, so I will just put beneath the Athenian sea. Okay, so I'll just come here, Control V. Okay, so let's come here, let's select this one. Let's click on Control C, Control V over here, and I'll tell sounds good. Okay, so let me just put this one inside quotation. Let me just give up a double quotation over here and double quotation here. And if I just click on enter, here you guys will be able to see that now it's showing me, okay, absolutely is a beautiful title that captures the setting and evokes a sense of warmth and possibility. Okay, and also if I tell them that give me a small description about my story in 100 words. Okay, so if I just want them to explain my story in 100 words, so if I just click on enter over here, and here you guys can see that this particular story is now having a description as well. So anyone who reads this 100 words over here will understand that about what my particular story is. So these are few of the important steps, and if I do want to add up more character, or if I do want to add more scenarios to it, I can come here and I can just talk as a friend with Gemini right over here. And if you want me to give more prompt over here, okay, let me just give that add to my story that first time both of them met at their school. Okay, and if I just click on enter, here you guys can see now they're actually trying to give me more information right over here. Okay, so over here, if you do want to actually uh, recreate this one, you guys can come here and you guys can actually recreate this particular thing as well. Okay, here you guys can check the draft 2. Here you guys can check the draft 3 as well. Okay, so here you guys can just check those out from here, whatever you like. Okay, so let me tell that both add that they that Ethan had a love at first sight kinda scenario. Okay, and if I just click on enter here, you guys can see that I'm trying to add more detail to my particular story. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can basically add more detail to your story. Let's say you guys can also tell that where they were basically going. how it actually started. And for me, as I'm writing a love story, you guys can go with some fictional story, or let's say you guys can go with some superheroes stories, or you can write different kind of articles and also different kind of books. Okay, maybe related to fictional or let's say scientific. You guys can actually write using the Gemini over here as well. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have got up a basic idea about what or how you will be able to write a story in Gemini. And I have already told you that how to save this one up. Okay. So for that, you guys can come here and you guys can just click on to copy option, and you guys can basically copy into your clipboard. And if you do want to share and export, you guys can go and select that particular link and send it to your desired people. Or if you do want to keep it to yourself, you guys can also do that. But for me, what I mostly do is I can just copy this one up and I can just paste it into my notepad. And if you want to save this whole conversation with m- whole conversation between me and Gemini, in that case, make sure to share this, share and export the whole chat into your system. So, yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we are going to learn more about Gemini. So, take care, everyone. See you all in the next chapter. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Essential Chat GPT, Gemini, DALL-E, Midjourney, and Stable Diffusion tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 10, where I'll be showing you guys by using Gemini in everyday life. Okay, so how you will be able to collaborate Gemini into your professional work each and every day, and also into your daily living to make your work easier. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the workspace of Gemini. So to incorporate the daily usage of Gemini into your life can be quite helpful. Okay. So for that, we need to understand that how you are basically going to use it. Okay. And what all scenarios you guys can use this particular thing. Okay. So let's say you are working in an office, and in that particular office, what you want to do is you want to just post any job. Okay. So let me just go with, can you give me a job description for a senior data analyst. Okay. So if I come here and if I just search this particular thing up, here you guys can see that here you do have a job description for a senior data analyst. Okay, so here you guys can see what are the responsibilities, what should be their qualification. Okay, and here what all benefits they are going to receive. Okay, and also now if you do want to actually add anything, okay, so here if I just give add 3 months of leave notice period. Okay, so if I just add this thing up, and here you guys can see that here you do have this 3 month notice period over here. Okay, and now if you want to check that what are the responsibilities, abilities of a data analyst. Okay, so if you just search this thing out here, you guys will be able to see that here there are few informations about what all responsibility a data analyst should have. Okay, so here this is data wrangling. Here you need to do analysis. Here you do have the option of communication. Okay, so these are basically the responsibilities of a data analyst. So let me just tell that skills of a data analyst. Okay, so if I just come here and if I just click on enter, here they will be showing me that here for technical skills, data analyst should have these data manipulation skills. Here you guys can see data warehousing, statistical analysis, data visualization, and for soft skills, here you guys can see there are few of these options. Okay, and under additional skills you do have these options as well. So over here, if I tell that more technical skills, okay, so if I do want to know what are the more technical skills for a data analyst, and if I just click on enter, here you guys can see that here if they basically know cloud computing, big data technologies, if they do have idea about data API, it is better. Okay, so over here, uh, if you tell that from where I can learn data security like a professional. So once you search this thing out here basically it will give you more information. Here you guys can see that I do have this particular link from where I can actually check out. There are basically different kind of boot camps. If you do have any kind of university programs, you guys can check those out as well. Okay, and also there are additional resources, and if you do want any hands-on learning experience, that is also available over here. So if you do want to do research about any particular thing, you guys can come here and you guys can basically do that. Okay, right from here. And now let's click here and let's go to new chat. And from here, we do have actually got a basic idea about the professional usage of Gemini. Okay, so now let's try to think in a more casual way. Okay, so let's say now I am alone at my home and I do want to cook something with the available ingredients for me. Okay, so I can type that I have chicken and egg at home. What should I cook for myself? Okay, so we do face these situations, right? If we are staying alone. So here you guys can just check what are the options, and if you tell that give me 5 recipes, and now basically Gemini will give you 5 recipes. So the first one is cheesy chicken and egg quesadillas. Here you do have the chicken fried rice with egg. Here you do have the spicy chicken and egg curry. And now if you tell that uh tell me more about number 3. Okay, so let's come here. Let's tell me more about 3. And if I just click on enter, okay, here you guys will see that they will give me information regarding the options right over here. Okay, so if I just come here and let me just tell me uh tell me more about chicken fried rice. And if I click on enter, here you guys can see that these are the key ingredients. Okay, and here you do have the cooking technique. And also now let me ask, can you give me the measurement of ingredients as well for one person? And if I just click on enter, here basically they will be giving me the measurement of ingredients for chicken fried rice for one person. So here you guys can see there half cup cooked white rice, one egg. Here you do have all of that measurement right over here, which is followed by instruction. And also over here you do have few tips. Okay, so you guys need to make sure to follow all of this right over here, which will give you a pretty decent recipe. Okay, so let's come here, let's expand this particular menu. And once you are done right over here, if you do want to go down, and if you just keep loading this one, and now let's come here and let's try to create up a new chat. Okay, so this was about that. And into our daily life we can use Gemini in different other ways as well. So over here you guys can use Gemini as advisor as well. Okay, so if you tell them that advise me on saving money, so I earn around 20k a month. And if you just click on enter, here it will basically give you some options or some advice on saving. Okay, so over here now, here you do have the budgeting option, like how you can try the 50-30-20 rule, where 50% goes towards the needs, 30% for wants, and 20% for savings and debt repayment. Okay, so over here, now if you tell them that I don't have any debt, so can you make me a saving? Can you make me a saving budget? And if I just click on enter, here you guys can see that it will basically give me a saving budget. And here you guys can see housing, utilities, groceries. And for here under savings, you guys can see that they're telling me to put into my emergency fund, into my retirement savings, and towards my financial goals. Okay, so over here, you guys can see the total savings is 19,500, where the emergency fund 2,000 for retirement and 1,000 for goals. So this can be adjusted as you reach emergency fund milestones as 22,500. So here also you do have the total summary. Okay, here you do have the needs, the wants, and also the saving. So the total is 32,500. And if you do want to check these notes, you guys can check those, as this one is a sample budget. So I can just tweak it to fit it to my specific needs and wants. Okay, so you guys can use Gemini for your advisor on financial management as well. Okay, and also, if you ask them any question regarding anything, okay, let's say if you are confused about any particular place and you want to tell Gemini and to show them that particular image and let them tell that where is that place. So in that case, now let's go to upload image. Let's click on got it. And again, let's click on upload image. And from here, let's go to downloads. Let's take this image, and now in the prompt, I will ask that can you tell me where is this place? Okay. And if I just click on enter, let's see what Gemini will reply to me and how accurate they are. So if I just click on enter here, they're trying to assess this particular image which I have downloaded from pixels.com. And here you guys can see that the black and the white photo you sent is Paris, France. So basically they do have seen that this particular image do consist of the Eiffel Tower, if you guys can see on the background over here. And now they're telling that they do have the Seine River and the Notre Dame Cathedral, and the Eiffel Tower is the wrought iron lattice tower on the left. Okay, so this one, and the Seine River is the winding body of water in the center of the image. So this is basically the Seine River, and Notre Dame Cathedral is the large Gothic church on the right side of the particular photo. Okay, so they do have assessed this particular photo right over here, and they did give me the information as well. And if you do want to double check this particular response, you guys can come here and you guys can double check this particular response right over here as well. Okay, so if you're confused about any location, you guys can take that particular image and you guys can just put that image over here and ask more details about that particular image from here as well. Okay, so this is also a daily usage of Gemini. And if you go to new chat right from here, and you can use it for your entertainment purpose as well. Okay, so let's search for stand-up comedies. Can you suggest me some stand-up comedy shows? Okay, so if I just come here, let's click on enter, and here you guys can see that I do have this stand-up comedy shows. Okay, so if I just tell them to specify few of the comedians, and here you guys can see that I do have different options right over here. Okay, so from here, if I tell that best of Bill Burr, and if I just click on enter, here you guys will be able to see that what are the best of Bill Burr shows. Okay, so here you guys can see the one is I'm sorry you feel that way. Here you do have you people are all the same. Here you do have walk your way out. So I can just take those things and basically search into my Netflix account or I can basically go into any of the website from where I can watch movies, series, and stand-up comedies as well. And I can use it for the purpose of entertainment. So yeah, I hope you guys to have understood this class on how you will be able to use ChatGPT or Gemini into your daily life. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter, and I hope Gemini class was clear for you. So we do have learned about ChatGPT, we have learned about Gemini, and next we will move on to the other applications which are there. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the essential ChatGPT, Gemini, DALL-E, Midjourney, and Stable Diffusion tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 11, where I'll be showing you guys that how you will be able to generate using DALL-E, like how you will be able to generate image using DALL-E. Okay, and I'll tell you that how you can use DALL-E for free if you don't have the subscription for GPT 4.0. Okay, so I'll be telling you guys how you can basically do that, how you can download those image, use DALL-E. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in my search engine. So you guys can use any search engine over here. And basically we already know. And in our first chapter, I do have given a small introduction about DALL-E. So DALL-E is a pretty cool website which is by ChatGPT. Okay. And this one is basically available in Bing as well. Okay. So from where we will be using DALL-E. So it actually takes some prompt for you. And once you give up that particular prompt, it will just generate an image accordingly. Okay. So now let's come over here. And if you do want to use DALL-E for free, then you guys can just type bing.com/create. Okay, so over here make sure to search, and if you just click on enter, basically it will redirect you into this particular Bing page. Okay, so over here you guys can see that this is basically powered by DALL-E 3. Okay, so DALL-E 3 is basically the latest version of DALL-E. Okay, so previously it was DALL-E 2, but now this is DALL-E 3. So basically over here, as I was telling, that it will basically create you some kind of images right over here. Here you guys can see on my right hand side that I do have these images which are created by DALL-E itself. Okay. And also there are two different ways of how you will be able to do that. If you just go to bing.ai, from there also you guys can create some images as well. Okay, so let's try to understand this thing, and let's try to tell uh, AI that what kind of image am I looking for. Okay, so I do have already downloaded, or I do have already created a few of the prompts over here. Okay, so here you guys can see that these are few of the prompts of creating an image for myself. So if I do want to create an image which is a realistic 3D image of a high-tech lab, and this lab with filled with advanced scientific equipment, computer screens displaying data, robotic arms performing experiments. So let's come here. Let's copy this using Control C from my keyboard, and let's come here. Let's click Control V, and over here, if I do want to make any kind of changes, let's say here it will create me a realistic 3D image with a high-tech laboratory. Okay, so I am trying to create a lab with some high tech and advanced scientific equipment. And here I want that it shows me a computer screen which displays data and which also have robotic arms performing experiments, and the room is brightly lit with white walls and a clean sterile environment. Okay, so instead of this, if I tell that the room is brightly lit with yellow, or let's type slight yellow wall and a clean, sterile environment. So scientists in lab coats are working on various projects, and there is a large window with a view of futuristic city outside. So here you guys can see I do have given a lot of command through this. So what DALL-E will basically do is DALL-E will try to understand my prompt. Okay, so first they'll see that, okay, that he is asking me to make a 3D image. And 3D image of what? So there comes my second prompt of a high-tech lab. And likewise, it will just go down and check all of my prompts and create me an image accordingly. So these are the images which are being created in DALL-E as well. And if you just hover your mouse on top, you guys can see that what were those commands or what were those prompts that are being used to create this particular image. So the image which my mouse is right now, this is the prompt which is being used, which is a child flying a kite in a park with other kids playing in the background. So let me come here. Let me click on join right over here. And here you guys can see that my image is being created by AI right now. Okay. So what I can do is I can come here and basically I can see that my image is basically being created. Okay. So over here you guys can see that these are the 4 images which are created right here for me. And now if you want to check those images, just click over them once. And here, so here, using my prompt, I do have created these 4 images. Okay. So over here, if you just check those images, and from here, basically, you guys can select the image which is appropriate for you. Okay. So here, I feel that this particular image looks great. Okay. So I do have a slight yellowish color, and outside, if you just take a look, it shows a futuristic world. Okay, and also if you do want to customize it, you guys can just click on customize, and over here you guys will be able to customize your image from Microsoft Designer. Okay, so if you do want to put out any kind of text and stuff, any kind of logos, if you want to actually upload more medias, you guys can do that. If you need to crop it out, you guys can basically crop this one out as well. Okay, so this is the designer part. If you do have any experience regarding any kind of photo editing or image editing, you guys will get a better idea about this particular interface right over here. Okay, so for now I'll just close this thing down. And also if you have liked this image, here you guys can just click on download, and that particular image will basically get downloaded. Okay, so now let's come down, let's just close this image up. And here also, if you want to get or explore different ideas, just click on explore ideas, and over here you guys can basically see that here you do have all of these images which are created by DALL-E itself. Okay, so here you guys can see realistic image of a bouquet of flowers made of diamonds, and here on top you guys can see that you do have this particular coins over here. So here there are 14 coins, and here it shows that you have 14 boosts for today. Okay, So you can use your boost to create images more quickly. If you run out, image generation may take longer. Okay. So normally you guys will be able to use it for free, but every day they will be giving you around 15 keys. Okay. Or these 15 tokens over here, which will actually help you to create some kind of or this particular images quite easily. Okay. So if you do want to click on surprise me, what it will do is you guys will see that it will create you an image right over here with its understanding. Okay, so over here you guys can see the creating in a process. So over here, if you do want to change it, let's come here, and over here you guys see the prompt basically will change. And now with this particular prompt, if you do want to create anything, here you guys can see the image is basically being generated. So over here, you guys can basically see that over here also I do have created this particular number 2 made out of lips. Okay. So on the right hand side, if you just click on this image, each and every prompt will basically create you 4 images. And here you guys can check out all your recent works. And if you do want to hide the failed ones, you guys can turn it on. If you want to show the failed uh, prompts as well, you guys can just come here and turn it off back again. So let me just turn it on because I don't want to see my failed searches right over here. And each and every time you do provide a prompt over here, and here you guys will be able to see that it will just decrease 1 boost each and every time. Okay, so this is about being right over here, and you guys can basically create some kind of logo as well. Okay, so logo for a food delivery company. Okay, so I want to create a logo for a food delivery company with black background and the logo should include the name of, let's put double quote, one stop delivery. Okay, so if I do want to have this one in my logo, and let's double quote, and if I just click on enter, here you guys can see now it's basically creating me a logo for a food delivery company. Okay, so let's see how this AI will basically generate me an image right over here. And as you guys can see, here they do have given me few of this logo, which will take me hours if I try to create those. Okay, so over here you guys can see that you guys can just come here, you guys can just download any of this. Let's go with this one. Okay, so if you do need to make any changes, you guys can come here and you guys can make those changes as well. Okay, so over here you guys can see, and once you're done, let's say you like one of this, you guys can click on those, and if you do want to save it, you guys can save it. Otherwise you guys can just click on download and it will be downloaded. So this is how you guys use DALL-E over here, and I'll show you the other way of how to use DALL-E for free. So let me just create up a new tab over here, and now you guys can just type Bing, or let's come here and let's type Bing AI. Okay, and let's click on enter, and here you guys can see on top I do have this Bing website. So I'll just click on Microsoft Copilot in Bing. Okay, let's come here, let's select this one, And here, basically, you guys can see that now I do have the Bing AI. And underneath, you guys can see that also I do have the option over here for searching my things out. Okay, so if you want to actually have a new topic, let's say like creating a new chapter, which you have seen in Gemini and ChatGPT, you guys can do that. And also, there are different copilot GPTs. Like if you do want them to act as a designer, they will act as a designer. If you do want them to act as a vacation planner, if you do want them as a cooking assistant or a fitness trainer, they will basically act in that particular way. So if you want them to act in a particular way, then you guys can just select anyone from this, and you guys can just ask your question according to the copilot that you have selected. So over here also you guys will be able to generate image. Okay, let me come here into my notepad, and I do have all of these things right over here. Like these are different kind of prompts, and let me go with this particular prompt which says a detailed 3D rendering uh, medieval castle interior. Control C, and let's come here and let's click on Control V. And now let's come to this particular option, and over here I do want to tell that image of a detailed 3D rendering medieval castle interior. So if I come here, and now let's see what it actually uh provides you with. Okay, so here you guys can see that it is basically not able to provide images, however. Okay, but it can basically give you a detailed description of such medieval castle right over here. Okay, so over here now, if you just go on to the notebook option, and here if you want to just type what's on your mind with a detailed prompt, collaborate with Copilot, and you guys can just enter and submit a message, and Copilot will basically create that particular content for you. So let me just come right over here, and if I tell that, can you generate me images? Okay, so I will just click on tab. Let's click on submit, and let's see what it will reply. Okay, so over here now you guys can see it shows that I apologize for the inconvenience, but now it's unable to generate or provide images. Okay, so over here basically you guys can add an image. Let's come here and let's go upload it from device. Let's select this one, let's open this image up, and here if you want to tell me more about this image, and if I just click on enter, here you do want to know, and here basically they're trying to analyze the image, and I'll just wait right over here. And here you guys can see this one kind of seems there might be some confusion. The image you're referring to is actually a logo for a service named One Stop Delivery. Okay, so over here you guys can see that this particular thing is not an image, but it's basically a logo which I'm referring to. Okay, so here you guys can basically work quite like this using the Microsoft Bing as well. And over here you guys can actually use 15 of these tokens daily to create images according to yourself. So if you do know how to create your prompt quite properly, because if this same thing you want to do with some graphic designing tool like Illustrator, if you want to do it using Photoshop, it will take a lot of time. But DALL-E, it's actually creating me all of those within just a few clicks. So it's saving my time, and as well it's saving a lot of effort at the same time, and it's giving me a variety of options. So yeah, I hope this class was clear on how you will be able to create images using DALL-E for free. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about AI. Okay, so see you all. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Essential AI tutorial. Okay, so now we are on our chapter number 12, and I'll be giving you guys a small understanding about Midjourney. Okay, so Midjourney also does the same thing of basically creating images from text. Okay, but this one is basically a paid software right over here. If you do want to use it by paying it a monthly on a monthly basis or on a yearly basis, I'll be showing you guys that, and also just an example of how you will be able to use Midjourney and how to make your searches. I'll be telling you guys about all of that over here into this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm over here in my Google search engine. So from here, basically, you need to search for Midjourney. Okay. So let me type Midjourney right over here and let's click on enter. And once you click on Midjourney here, you guys can see that I do have two of these websites. Okay, so over here this is the main website for Midjourney, and underneath here you do have a Discord link. Okay, so basically if you subscribe you will be redirected in the Discord pages itself. Okay, but let's come here, let me show you guys the home page of Midjourney. Okay, so not that imagine.art. Okay, just come underneath and here you guys can see www.midjourney.com. This is the address, and if I just click over here once, you guys can see the interface will basically look kind of like this. Okay, so this is the interface of Midjourney. Okay, so if you already have an account with them, you guys can just click on login. Okay, and here you can see that you need to uh, continue it with Discord. Okay, if you don't have a Discord account, you guys can basically open up a Discord account. Okay, and over here you guys can sign up right over here itself, and here you guys can see that it tells a bit about Midjourney. Okay, so it is an independent research lab basically exploring new mediums of thought and expanding the imaginative powers of the human species. Okay, so basically you guys can see a bit information over here about Discord. If you do want to check out the documentation, just click on documentation, and over here if you want to get a quick start guide like how you will be able to join Discord, or how you will be able to join Midjourney on Discord, then you will get a quite better idea about that. Okay, so this is about that. Let's go back. If you just click on to the showcase option, here you guys will be able to see that these are few of the images which are being created by Midjourney. Okay, so Midjourney is quite an advanced AI tool which generates stunning images. Okay, according to your prompt, but in real world that kind of scenarios that doesn't exist. Okay, but regarding your prompt they're just generating you images, so you just want to check those out. You guys can just click right over here onto those particular images and just check onto the right side. Okay, so here basically you guys can see that these were basically the prompts that were given to create this particular set of image. Okay, and at the same time, if you just scroll up and down here, you guys can see you will be able to change it up. Okay, so here as you guys can see, the white surface surrounded by different tropical plants. Okay, so the first command was white surface. Okay, so on the background you guys can see that there they do have a white surface which is surrounded by different tropical plants. Okay, so here you guys can see there are these banana trees which are the tropical plants, and the command also says and a minimal blue dreamscape with water and white clear sky. Okay, so here you guys can see there are some minimal blue dreamscape with water, and here white clear sky. Okay, so here you guys can see it's a white clear sky and sun ray backlight. Here you guys can see there is a sun ray backlight, and there is photorealism. It shows a realistic photo, and they do have studio lighting and it looks hyper realistic. Okay, so this was basically the prompt, and here you guys can see what was the aspect ratio. Here you guys can see AR means the image aspect ratio, so they do have 1 by 2, they do have 9 by 16, which will give you an image portrait. Okay, so if you just come here, you guys can see this was the prompt, and if you come down here, you guys can also see that the ratio of, or the aspect ratio of this particular image is 3 by 4. Okay, and also here you guys can see it kind of gives like a animated vibe because they do have stylized this one by 50%. Okay, so here basically stylize option influences how strongly the Midjourney aesthetic is applied. So basically here you guys can see the differences as well. Like low stylization values produce images that closely matches that prompt but are less artistic. Okay, so here in the stylization option, if you produce an image which will closely match the prompt but are less artistic, but the ones which do have a high stylization value that creates very artistic but less connected to the prompt. Okay, so over here you guys can see the stylization option is 50. So if you just come down here, you guys can see a beautiful casserole of Zealand mussels, and here you do have another image. You guys can just come down, and here you guys can see you guys can make some stunning designs right over here. Okay, so the aspect ratio of this particular image is 9 by 16 as well, and you guys just check those things out. Okay, so here you guys can see these images are quite realistic. Okay, so this is what you guys can check out from showcase option if you do want to check out all their work. Okay, so let's close this one down, and if you do want to check more, you guys can just check out these images as well. You can do photo manipulation over here itself by using your prompt. Okay, so now let's go back right over here. Let's come back, and from here now let me show you guys about subscription plans. Okay, so over here now if you do want to buy Midjourney, here you guys will be able to see a subscription plans. Okay, so here you guys can see the monthly subscription will basically cost you around $10. Okay, which is the basic plan, and over here if you are going for a annual one, in that case, which is around $96 a month or $96 per annum, which comes around $8 a month. Okay, so here you guys can see what are its advantages. Okay, and what all will be available right over here. Okay, so if you take the $30 plan, you will get unlimited relaxed GPU time. Okay, but the best one over here is this one, okay, which is 120 a month, and yearly that's around 1152 uh annum, okay. So over here you guys can see which is around 60 hours a month, okay. And here you do have 12 fast jobs, 3 relaxed jobs, and 10 jobs in queue, okay. So you guys can use that one as well, okay. And if you do you they do support different kind of cards, okay. You guys can use your credit or debit cards. Here they do have the Mastercard, Visa card, and the American Express, so you can use any of this. And here, if you do want to manage your subscription, let's say if you do want to change it or auto renew those, you guys can do that as well. And if you do need any kind of idea of how you need to start writing prompts, here you guys can see that here you do have writing prompts option. So if you just click on prompts, which will directly lead you right over here. So basically, once you are in Midjourney, and if you do want to write any prompt, here you need to start it with slash imagine. Okay. And once you write slash imagine, here you will already have a box of prompt where you guys can describe what kind of image are you basically looking for. Okay. So this is the basic prompt right over here. So let me just go back and let me just show you guys over here into the Discord account. Okay. So if you come right over here, if you do want to go to your Discord account, you guys can just come here directly and go to your Discord account. And after that, once you log into your Discord account, if you search in the search bar as Midjourney, join their group, you guys can actually join their group. But let me just click right over here to the Midjourney option, and now it will basically lead me into their Discord account. So here you guys can see you have a page up quite like this. Click on accept invite and it will redirect you to their Discord account right here itself. Okay, so let's check that out over here. So once you enter, you will have an interface quite like this. Okay. So over here, you guys can see if you do want to know how to get started. Okay. You guys can see this is how you will have a page of getting started, and you guys can check those out. And if you do want to check out announcements over here in the Midjourney page, you guys can click on this and you will get different information right over here. If you are a new user, you guys can go to newbies option and you guys can actually work with that. Okay, so if I just click on newbies over here, let's click newbies option, and here you guys can see that this is how you guys will work on Midjourney right over here. Okay, so if you do want to download Discord into your PC or into your phone, you guys can just click onto this icon right over here, and here you guys can just download it for your Mac or for your Windows if you're using a Linux, or if you're using this or in your phone, you guys can go with iOS or Android from here itself. Okay, so let me just close this thing down, and here you guys can see that this particular image is being created using Midjourney right over here. Okay, so if you don't check that out, and if you just want to go down itself, let's come here. Here you guys can see what was the search? A pop young woman in her 20s, dressed in hoodie, wearing a witch hat on her head. Pastel color. You also mentioned the color right over here. And now, if you take up a look, you guys can see that you do have this option as U1, U2, U3, and U4. Okay. So over here, this is actually created like this U1, U2, this is U3 and U4. Okay. So any pictures which you like from this particular end, you can just click on them. Okay. Otherwise, let's say I do like this one. or I do like this particular one and I want to work more with that particular image, you guys can just click on U3 and you guys can work on that. But first thing first is basically how you will be able to write up a prompt. Okay. So over here under this messaging option, basically you will be able to create up a prompt. Okay. But for me, I won't be able to do that because I don't have subscription for Midjourney. Okay. So if I come right over here and I need to type slash imagine. Okay, so here you guys can already see that I do have this particular option right over here. And also if you do want to answer it you any kind of question, okay, you guys can just click on slash answer, and after that you guys can just put out your question. Okay, and if you do want to view any kind of documentation, you guys can come here, you guys can put slash docs. If you do if you want to check what are the frequently asked questions, you guys can go to slash FAQ here. uh, if you do want to get an answer to a question, let's go for slash ask. And if you want to blend images, which is photo manipulation, you guys can go with slash blend. And also if you just uh, write a prompt based on your image, you can go to slash describe. If you want to get give a feedback, you guys can go with slash feedback. If you want to come here, and I have already told you, if you want to create images with Midjourney, go with slash imagine. Okay, so there are different options right over here which you guys can use. Okay, but at the start of each and every one, you need to make sure that you use the slash option. Okay, so over here, if you do want to start a new thread, here you guys can use slash thread option. Okay, so just come here on top, and once you type imagine over here, basically you guys can provide your prompt. Okay, so if I just type a girl sitting on the balcony facing the sea. Okay, so let's say if this is my prompt and if I just click on enter, they will give me 4 of these images which will get created. Okay, and after that from there I can basically choose on U1, U2, U3 or U4. And if I don't like the images which were being created, I can come here and I can just redo it. Okay, so using this redo button, I can just redo that one. Otherwise, if I do want an enhanced version of those images, I can come here and I can just check out V1, V2, V3 and V4 as well. Okay, so for now, if I try to click on enter, here you guys will be able to see that now they are not able to provide me a free trial. Okay, so over here I need to make sure that I subscribe over here. But here, as you guys can see, that right at this particular place here, now if you want to upscale this image, if you do want to actually zoom in or zoom out, okay, you guys can actually do that right over here. Okay, you guys can see here the image which I had, they are working on that as well. Okay, so the first image which was created was this particular image, and from there again you guys can see they do have changed the prompt, and over here you guys can see again they do have worked with this image. And again right over here you guys can see they do have selected the U3 option. Okay, and here you guys can see that again they are actually telling to change the attire over here. And this is how you guys can basically work and basically change all these options the way you want to work over here. And under here you do have different options as well. Okay, if you do want to generate this image from this general 2 option, you guys will be able to do that. And if you do come right over here, okay, if you just go on top, if you do want any trial support, you guys can come here and you guys can do that. Like if you have any kind of billing issues and stuff, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can just share your problems in this particular group over here as well. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys do have got a basic idea how Midjourney works. Okay. And in Discord, you do have the Midjourney bot and they do have a description as well. Okay. So they tend to provide or generate an image based on a text prompt in under 60 seconds. Okay. So whatever prompt you will give, it will basically generate an image based on the prompt within 60 seconds using the slash imagine command. Okay, so this is about that. So yeah, I hope this class was clear and I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be talking about more AI uh, things like stable diffusion. We'll talk about that, how you can generate image in stable diffusion as well. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Essential AI tutorial. So now, in this particular chapter, we are on our chapter number 13, where we'll be working with stable diffusion. Okay, so I'll be telling you guys about stable diffusion right over here, like how you will be able to generate image in stable diffusion over here. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, I'm over here in the search engine of Google. So from here, if I just search for stable diffusion, here you guys can see that I do have the first website over here of Stability AI. Okay. So if I do have a laptop or a PC in which I do have an dedicated graphics card, in that case, I can come here and basically I can download. Okay, so there is a different way of how you will be able to download stability.ai, but this one is a free website or a free thing which you can use to generate AI based images. Okay, so if you also don't have any dedicated graphics card, in that case, basically you guys can come down and over here you guys can use the web version of Stable Diffusion. Okay, so here you guys can see you do have the Stable Diffusion web.com. You guys can come here and you guys can generate images from here itself. Okay, otherwise, if you do want to download or run that particular API in your PC or download that, you guys can just come here and after that you guys can just go to GitHub, make sure to download their Windows 66-bit, and after that you need to actually install Python 3.12, I guess 12.6. Okay, and after that you need to run that particular code if you do have a dedicated graphics card, and if you're using NVIDIA graphics card, that's also great. And make sure if you do have a dedicated graphics card, in that particular case you need to just update it to the latest version. Okay, make sure to update your graphics card to the latest version over there as well. So as we are going to talk in whole, so I will show you guys how you will be able to use the Stable Diffusion web. Okay, so for that, just come over here, go to the Stable Diffusion online option, and once you click right over here, you guys can see that you will have a page quite like this. So here you do have a Stable Diffusion description, which is it is a latent text to image diffusion model capable of generating photorealistic images given any text input. It actually cultivates autonomous freedom to produce incredible imaginary Okay, so these are not realistic images. According to your prompts, these are imaginary images. Okay, those doesn't exist in real world. Maybe some part of it exists, and it actually merges your images according to the prompt you give. Okay, so here you guys can check out all of these images here. If you just hover your mouse over to these images, you guys can basically see what were the prompt. Okay, so here you guys can see a neon car. Here you guys can see Apple II PC. Here Lego family, and over here beautiful cyborg with brown hair. These are some of the examples which you can check out as well. Okay, but if you do want to create, here you guys can see that first off you guys will be able to select what kind of style you want. Okay, let's say if you want an image of a comic book, let's say you are trying to get a superhero, so maybe you would like this particular style or you will like this particular theme. Okay, but if you're trying to create some cinematic effect, in that case you need to make sure you select cinematic. Otherwise, if you don't want to apply any style at all, no problem, you guys can just go with none right over here. And after that, you guys can select your aspect ratio over here itself. Okay, so if you do want a landscape image or you do want an portrait image, totally depends up to you. So let's come here, and as they're asking what do you want to draw, I will just put a horse on the mountain. Okay, and if I come here and if I just click on draw, you guys will see that it will basically redirect me. Okay, let's come here, let's check what it actually gives me right over here. And here you guys can basically see it will redirect me to a page quite like this. Okay, so now over here you guys can see that now at this particular point I do have 10 credit points which gets resetted in 5 hours. Okay, so now let's come here, and now here you guys can see I can just give up a prompt. Okay, so a horse on the mountain. And if you do want to give any negative prompt in that particular sense, you guys can come here and you guys can basically go with some negative prompt. Let's come here, and here you guys can check that add negative prompt. And in negative prompt, what you are going to tell. Okay, type what you don't want to see in the image. So you can type no bright colors in the background. Okay, so I'll tell that I don't want any bright colors in the background. Okay, and now the next thing is I can just select the style right over here, and I can just select what kind of aspect ratio do I need. Let's go with 10 uh, 24 into 1024 right over here. There's are few of the advanced controls. Okay, so if you want to actually increase the guidance scale, or if you do want to use a fixed seed, you guys can do that, just turn it on. But for me, as I'm happy with my particular prompt, let's see how you will be able to create an image right over here. So here I do have clicked on generating, and here you guys can see my image is actually being processed. Okay, so over here maybe it will take some time for me. Okay, you guys can actually come here, and you guys can basically add, or you guys can generate multiple images. Okay, so now you guys can see right over here that I do have this particular image right over here. Okay, so this is the image which is being created. Okay, but here if you do want to download it, you guys can click on this download option right from here. Okay, on top you do have this download option, and here you guys can see this particular image is being downloaded. So let's open it up right over here, and now let's click And here you guys can see that this particular image is being created using Stable Diffusion web. Okay, so if you do have a paid version, in that case you won't have this particular mark onto your images over here. Okay, so you guys can just crop this down as well. Okay, in many cases I do that. Okay, let's come here, let's go back, and I'll just close this thing. And if you do want to upscale these images, okay, you guys can come here. If you just click on upscale, you guys can actually do that right over here. Okay, so this is basically a premium feature. Okay, you guys can just unlock your premium option. And if you do want to see, let's come here. If you do want to remove background, you guys can do that. And also if you just go to upgrade plan, here you guys will be able to see that what is the amount that you need to pay. Okay, so if you do want to actually increase it, or if you do want to use the paid version, you guys can come here and you guys can just check this one, which is around $7 a month. Okay, if you're taking it for a year. And also here you guys can actually have 2000 fast images generation per month. Okay, and you can generate 4 images at one time. Okay, so if you want to come here, let's say if you do want to create 2 images at the same time, let's go to text to image over here. And now, as I have already created an image, you guys can see the credit have decreased by 1. So in each 5 hours, I will be able to create 10 this kind of images. Okay, so over here, you guys can select. Let's say now over here, I do want to actually create a comic book action. So if you choose a style over here, they're telling to keep my prompt under 10 words. Okay, so over here, you guys can see that describe anything in your mind, use short sentences and separated by commas. Okay, so that is going to be your prompt. So if I come here, if I go to this particular style, and from here, now, uh, super or a super hero saving the city. Okay, and now if you just come here, go to add negative prompt. I don't want to see any people in the background. Okay, so if I just give out this particular prompt here, you guys can see my command is a superhero. So first thing first, I want to see a superhero what is saving the city. Okay, so if you just come over here, you guys can select what kind of theme you want. And now let's come here, let's click on number of images as 2. Okay, so now let's click on generate, and here you guys can see that it is generating me 2 images. So if I just like any one from this, I can come here, I can select that, and I can download that from here itself. And otherwise, if I only want to download 1 images out of both of this, I can come here and I can just download 1 images out of both of this right over here as well. Okay, so it might take some time to process. Okay, understanding your prompt, applying the style which you gave, understanding the aspect ratio as well. And here, as you guys can see here, I do have a superhero saving the world. And here, according to my prompt, if you guys take up a look, I don't have any people on the background. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually work with your images. And here you guys can also see my second image is also being generated, and it is actually taking a bit of time. Okay, so out of these 2 images, you guys can see or you guys can select that which are the images that you are going to download. Okay, so let's say if you download both of these images, you guys can come here and you guys can just download both of these images. And once I've created both of these images over here, you guys can see that the credit score here have decreased to 7, because in total now I do have actually created 3 images in total. And also, if you have your social media handles, okay, from here directly, you guys can just come here and you guys can just upload it into your Facebook account, or if you do have an X account, or into your LinkedIn or your Pinterest, you guys can just upload this particular image directly into your account as well. Okay, so let me just download both of this. You guys can just come here. Let's click once. And if you do wanna go to this other image, just come here. If you just click on cancel, just come to this image and just get a full preview of this particular image as well. So let me just click on to the download option over here, and download option right over here on top as well. Okay, so now let's come here and let's try to understand that what happens if I come here and if I change my aspect ratio. Okay, so let me just generate one image right over here and I will just give none in my style. Okay, and now let's change the aspect ratio and let's go to 5 by 12 or 4 by 7 right over here. And now I won't give any negative prompt, but here I do want to give a positive prompt, or I do want to describe what I want to see right over here. Okay, so let's say a house in middle of a midden in the middle of mountains, and I'll just use comma over here. A house in the middle of mountains, a river is there beside the house, sun is setting in the west. Okay, so if I try to make you guys understand what is my prompt over here, okay, so first thing first, I do need a house. Okay, I want it to generate me a house. And where do I want to generate it? I want it to generate in the middle of mountains. Okay, so my command over here is actually create a house in the middle of mountains. And also I'm telling that I want a river there beside the house. Let's say there is a house in the mountains and beside that I do want a river. And also I do want the sun to be setting in the west. Okay, so over here now let's come down, let's select this aspect ratio, but let's try to create the number of images as 2. Okay, so if I come here, if I do want to do any advanced controls, okay, and now let's click on generate, and it will take some time to generate this image according to the prompt. But over here, as you guys can see, I did apply no style. Okay, so let's see without style what kind of images will it generate for me. Okay, so uh it will take some time for it to understand the prompt which I gave over here and actually creating me a image of the aspect ratio as well. Okay, so here you guys can see that already I do have one images on my screen. Okay, so let's try to match this particular image and let's try to see how accurate this particular image is with my search. Okay, so over here my prompt was a house in the middle. So both of these images do have a house of the middle of mountains. Okay, so this particular house here, you guys can see it is surrounded with mountains. Okay, so if you just take a look, this one is basically surrounded by mountain, and also I am telling that I do want a river is there beside the house. So here you guys can see there is a river passing by beside both of these houses over here, or both of the images which I have created. And here I also do have given a command that sun is setting in the west. Okay, so here you guys can see a sun which is just setting. Okay, so here you guys can see they do have created this image quite a perfect way. Okay, so now let's come here, let's click on download, let's download right this particular image over here as well. And now I only do have 5 credits left. Okay, so the image which you're basically creating from your own account, make sure that you download those images within the 7 days. Okay. Otherwise, if you come after 7 days searching for the same image, sorry to say, but you won't be able to get those images right over here. Okay. And also, if you don't have an upgraded account or a paid account, it you won't get those images back again. But for 7 days, you guys will have those images, and before that, make sure to download those. So over here, basically, if you want to create any kind of logos as well, you guys will be able to do that. Okay. So if you just come over here, logo for a online clothes delivery system known as here, here, and there. And if I come here and if I choose this one as craft clay, okay, so if I come here and let me just put this thing inside a quotation. Okay, so let's come here and let's put this one inside quotation as well. Let's select the aspect ratio, and now let's try to generate an image. Let's see what it generates me right over here, as I do have applied a particular style. Okay, so 85% is basically done over here, and I'm just waiting for it to generate me the image. And here you guys can see, now this time will not deduct any credits from your account, and image generation errors on the servers, please try again. Okay, so if I come here and if I just go back, let's say I will just again come here and I will just go with generate option. Okay, so let's see what it basically creates me. Okay, so here sometimes it might not understand your prompt. Okay, you need to specify it more in a certain way over here. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can basically do that. And if you upgrade your account, here you guys can see you won't have this ad which are showing here, and also you will have priority generations. So here you guys can see they do have created this particular thing for me. Okay, over here you guys can come here. If you like it, you guys can click here and you guys can download. If you do want any line art, okay, if you want to create anything or this particular thing right over here in Illustrator, let's say you do want a line art, you want to use those as a template, you guys can also do that. And in Stable Diffusion, also you do have an option where you guys can create from image to image. Okay, so if I come here from image to image, here you guys can see that first you need to put up an image and it will change it to this particular way. So they do have uploaded these images, and after they do have this particular result. So you guys can also do that. So first thing what you need to do is you need to come here, click on upload a file, and let's say I'll just take this image and let's click on open. Okay. So now let me just explain what I want to have with these images. Okay. So let me go with put sprinkling effects on the sides, make the image more interesting using more elements. Okay, so let's come here using more elements, and after that you guys can come here and you guys can select what kind of image you are going to create. Okay, so let me just go with animation over here. Okay, so now here, if you choose a style, it would recommend that a prompt does not exceed 10 words. Otherwise, it may affect the effectiveness of the style. Okay. So here, if I come, let's say I will just put the sprinkler effects on the sides. Okay. So let's come here. Let's select this animation option. Let's select the aspect ratio, which is around 19:13, and let me generate two images right over here. And now let's click on generate. So let's see what kind of image it will basically generate for me. Okay, so I do have actually uploaded an image, and I have told it to put sprinkling effects on the sides. Okay, so over here you guys can see out of this particular effect, here they do have taken these images and they do have created this particular animation. Okay, so over here you guys can see basically there is sprinkling effects on the sides as well. Okay, and now just click on download and click on download right from here itself. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys do have understood this particular class. And the same way, if you do want to download free images, let's click right over here, and you guys can go to free pick. Otherwise you guys can go to pixels.com, and from pixels let me come here and let me just click on download of this particular image. And once you have downloaded this image, let's go to my stable diffusion, and over here now I want to drag this particular image. Let's click over here and let's take this particular image, and now let's try to give this one effect. Give a Japanese theme. Okay, so if I come over here, and over here if I just click on cinematic. Okay, so now over here let's go with cinematic, and now for the number of images I will select 2, and also let's tell and effects. So now once you're over here, you guys can see this is my prompt with this particular image. And now if I click here on generate, you guys can see it will basically create me 2 of these images. Okay, so over here I do have applied the cinematic style over here. Okay, and here you guys can see based on my image, they have created me both of these images, from which the first one is this one. Okay, so here you guys can see now here this particular image, they do have a hat of the similar kind, and here you guys can see it does the same thing. Okay, so I can just come here and I can just download this, and I can just download it right from here as well. Okay. So yeah, I hope this class was clear on how you will be able to generate images from Stable Diffusion. First, I have shown you how to generate an image from text to image, and after that, I have told you about how to generate from image to image as well. So yeah, I hope this whole tutorial was helpful for you guys to understand more about the artificial intelligence, how you can actually generate images from text, how you will be able to use artificial intelligence for many of your work, let's say for your SEO, okay, how you will be able to do that, how to generate images and use them into your work as well. So yeah, I hope to see you all in any other tutorial, and I hope that you guys will create your images according to your imagination, use some of the prompts which are amazing, and keep practicing these AI knowledges. Okay, so AI basically is the next gen thing. Okay, if you have a good idea about artificial intelligence, it will help you in your professional life, in your personal life. It will just ease so many of your work which you used to do manually. So take care, everyone, and keep on learning about artificial intelligence. Keep on exploring more. Take care, everyone. Hello, everyone. So now this is the time for our class project. And for our class project one, we do have using ChatGPT as a language translator. Okay. So I'll be showing you guys what are the steps that you need to follow over here. Then we'll move on to ChatGPT and we'll see that how you will be able to change up a language. Okay. So let's see first what are the steps that we need to follow. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, the name of the class project is using ChatGPT as a language translator. And well, I do have a description and outcome as well. So for me, I will directly go on to the steps that all we need to follow. So step one is go to the ChatGPT website. Step two, move on to the right side and click on Customize ChatGPT. Step three, command it to act as a language translator from your desired languages to the desired language you want. Step 4 is give the prompt in your desired language and you will have the outcome. Step 5 is double check the conversation. And step 6, which is the last step, is share the chat link and make sure to upload it in our project panel. So these were the simple steps that we need to follow. So now let's move on to ChatGPT and let's see how it's practically done. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm over here in my search engine. And from here, I do have bookmarked my ChatGPT website. Let's click on ChatGPT right over here. And here you guys can see this is the ChatGPT website. So once you're over here, let's come here onto the right hand side and let's go to customize ChatGPT. And over here, I will just type in this, how would you like ChatGPT respond? I want you to act like a language translator and do translate all my English prompts to German. Okay. So this is how I would like to uh, actually work, or I would like ChatGPT to respond to me in such a way. So it's that I want it to act like an English language translator and do translate all my English prompts to German. So once you're done, let's click on save, and that particular thing is being saved right now. And over here, now let's just come to this particular option. And from here, now let's take this particular words. Okay, let's come only this point, Control C. And over here, now if I just click on Chat GPT, customize option, and I do have just save this thing up. Let's cancel, Control V, and if I just click on enter, here you guys can see all of these prompts which I had given is basically now actually being changed. Okay, so over here now this is being changed in German, and if I just tell them to recheck, it will translate that as well. Okay. So here you guys can see that again, it is basically rechecking. Okay. So now you guys can just check it twice. Let's say if instead of this one, I want to use any other language. Let's go to customize chat GPT English prompt. I want it to English prompts to Chinese, let's say. And if I just come here and if I just click on to save, okay, so let's go with this one. And now I will just take this, Control C. Let's go over here. And from here, I will just put Control V. And if I just place it here, you guys can see all these words which I have over here. Okay. This particular paragraph is being changed into Chinese word. Okay. So I will just come here and I will tell them to recheck. And if I just click on enter, here you guys can see it's basically rechecking and it's giving me the appropriate thing. So once you are done, you guys can come here and click onto the share chat option and make sure to come here, click on create a link. And once you have copied this one, you guys can just upload that particular link into our project panel that we can just open your link and get to see what you have done. Okay. So you guys can do it in various languages. Okay. Not mandatory that you have to do it in Chinese and in German only. So yeah, I hope this class was clear. I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone. So now we are on to our class project number 2, where we'll be generating images in DALL-E for free. Okay. So over here, we're gonna generate images in DALL-E for free. I'll be showing you guys the ways how you can actually do that over here. So first, let's look at the steps that we need to follow. So over here, as you guys can see, the name of the class project is generating images in DALL-E for free. So for description, you can create images for free using DALL-E tool integrated with Bing's AI services. So enjoy experimenting with different prompts to see the creative capabilities of the AI image generator. So now let's move on to the steps that we need to follow. Step 1, open your search engine. Step 2, go to www.bing.com/create. You can check other images for idea about the prompt. Step 4, apply your prompt accordingly and create. Step 5, check all the four images and download the ones necessary. Step 6, upload the file in our project panel. And for outcome creating images using DALL-E for free via Bing's AI image creator can result in a variety of creative and useful outcomes. By leveraging Bing's integration with DALL-E, you can unlock a wide range of creative possibilities and practical applications all for free. So now let's move on and let's see how it's done. So I'm over here in my Google Chrome account, and first thing first, let's type www.bing.com/create. And if I just click on enter, you guys can see it will redirect me to this particular page where I will be able to create all of these images. So if you do want to take some idea about how you want to create your images, so for that, if you just keep your mouse on top of these images, you guys can see what were the prompts that are being used over here. So this one is a butterfly landing on a blooming cherry branch. Here you guys can see different kind of fonts. And after that, once you have understood what kind of prompts that you can use, basically the next thing is click on creations. Okay. So once you click on creations, come here on top, cancel this particular search. And here you guys can see you already have 15 of these coins, which can actually boost up the speed of generation of these images. So let's come here and let's type a group of mountaineers in the peak of of the Himalayas celebrating their success. So here you guys can see I want to have an image, a group of mountaineers in the peak of the Himalayas celebrating their success. And now if I just click on create, it might take some time for it to create me all the images. But for me, I will just wait right over here. Okay. So it will basically create me this four images as you guys can see right over here. And if you do want to preview it, basically just click on top of that once. And here you guys can see that you guys can share it directly from here. If you do want to save it, you can save it. If you do want to download it or if you do want to customize it more. So once you're over here into your Microsoft Designer, you guys can basically put out different kind of filters. You guys can manually adjust the brightness and stuff. Over here, if you do want to blur the background and all, you guys can also do all these things right over here as well. If you don't want to crop these things out, you guys can do that and you guys can download it right from here itself. Okay. So this is about making any changes, but let's come here. If you do want to download this particular image and if you want to see the others as well, you guys can come here and you guys can check those out. Let's say from all these four images, I do like this one. So let's click on download right over here and that particular image is being downloaded for me. So let's come here, let's cancel this and here you guys can see one of my token is gone. So I can come here and basically for a time being, I will be able to create 15 of these prompts. Okay. And once and I can select images from those 15 prompts over here. So these are all the recent files over here. Okay. And if you don't have any prompt, if you want uh, DALL-E to come here and basically surprise you with any prompt, you guys can just click on surprise me option, and here you guys can see they already do have a prompt, and if you click on create, it will automatically create some images for you. So we'll just wait right over here for it to create some. Okay, so here you guys can see now a boy wearing a yellow raincoat holding a red balloon standing in front of smoky volcano digital art. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this particular digital art right over here, and whichever I like, I will just click on that and I will just download that accordingly. So this is how you guys can actually use DALL-E for free using Bing. So just make sure to apply the proper prompt and make sure to download all those images in the set and upload it in our project panel that we can check those out. And if you can go in more detail, we will give you more understanding about how you can just put on more details into your image to make it look a lot better. So take care, everyone. See you all in the next chapter. Keep on practicing the features of artificial intelligence.